No, I'm good too. Is Rian back? I tried to greet Rian.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair.
I
am here.
Okay. I was trying to
Good to hear your voice, Chair.
I was trying to greet you earlier. You didn't respond. I'm just waiting for my colleagues.
Apologies, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Bryant, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you?
I'm good, and you? Honorable
Very well.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you?
Are you good this morning?
Yes, I'm fine, Chair.
You are coming now in numbers. Honorable Weber, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have a lovely day, everyone.
I hope so too. Honorable Singh, good sawubona.
Sawubona njani Salo?
Ruvuwa man, Ruvuwa. Rihone. That's the language you don't speak.
Yeah, I must learn it.
That's the only language you don't speak, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think we then do form a quorum, we can start. I was trying to check the numbers of the colleague. DM Sochu, Dumela.
Dumela mdula stulo le kae?
Right man, re lona kwa.
Re right mdula stulo. O kreile molaetsa wa?
Not rewrite, rethink.
That's here who's correcting us. Mdula stulo o kreile molaetsa wa?
Molaetsa wa hore go sheba. Okay, let fro.
Ke ne ke re ke tlana go bolele ko ngolese. Ke ne ke re ke tla ba le wena fela ka opening. And then
you have got a meeting, I can see.
Yes, I have a meeting at 10. Yeah, but Minister is here. Yeah. Thank you, Chief. All right. Sure.
In the list, you said you are the leader of the delegation, but it's okay.
It's the Minister, the leader. We have to try and swap so that I can be the leader next week.
No, next week when she's away.
Come again.
And when she's away next week. It's fine. Let's proceed then.
Okay.
I didn't see it. Is she in now? I didn't see the minister.
Person, good morning. And good morning to the Minister.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Oh, fine. Yeah, there she is. Good morning, everyone. I think then we need to start. Chileka, can you put the agenda on the screen? Now that we are all here. The agenda is as follows. Honorable Brian Namale asked for it when he doesn't see it coming, Chileka. So we are going to proceed in this fashion. The first briefing will be on the scientific recommendation of the increasing global protected areas to the 30% by 2030, and then the draft CBD agreement. Then we shall have question and discussions on that one. Then the item number 3 is the follow-up as a consequence of our meeting that we held on the 7th of December. So this is the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder?
I move, Chairperson. Singh.
Honorable Singh has moved for the adoption of the agenda. Can we get a seconder?
I'll second, Chair. It's Honorable Weber.
Weber is seconded. So then Having said that, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all. Then also to appreciate the Minister and the DM having taken time to come and brief on these items. The other item on Phakisa is just a follow-up meeting on the concerns that were raised by members, and having spread the presentation, I believe all the issues that and concerns that were raised by the members were adequately responded to. Then without wasting much time, let me then welcome you all and hand over to the Minister to introduce the first item on the agenda. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once again to all members of the committee and others who are logged into this call. Chairperson, let me say that I'm together in this meeting with a number of our Deputy Director Generals. And in this particular instance, I'm with Deputy Director General Flora Mogolwa, who is responsible for biodiversity and conservation. When we get to the other items on the agenda, I will introduce relevant officials who will be assisting us with these items. Let me also say that our Director General is in the Audit Committee today, and I know how concerned the Portfolio Committee is that we need to sort out our audit matters, and I'm sure, Chairperson, we have your support for her to be in that important committee today. Chair, with regard...
Yes, we do, Minister, and always appreciate your availability. I think she's one DG who has been attending these meetings consistently. And we know that the reason she's there is only that she has to be there because of the determination to make sure that we have better audit outcomes. You can proceed, Minister.
Thank you. Chairperson, we will make the presentation. Let me say that what honourable members will understand is that there is a number of coalitions that exist amongst different countries to promote ambition around a global goal of
recording in progress
30% of the land and 30% of the sea by 2030. South Africa's national position is that we don't join coalitions outside of formal negotiating processes. And that is a position that was adopted by Cabinet many years before my time, and it remains the position of our government. As a country, obviously, we are deeply concerned about biodiversity loss and the threat to thousands of species as a result of biodiversity loss, climate change, and one of the impacts of climate change, you would understand, is wildfires. We have done extensive work, and you will hear about this work in the presentation, as to our own abilities to reach this target and when we think we might reach it. So as a country, we will not reach this target by 2030. We are currently moving at about 0.5% per annum in terms of enhancing our protected areas. And I think we on the calculations that we've done, we might be able to reach this target somewhere in the region of the late 2030s. You would understand that there are a number of issues associated with a target such as this. So the first one would be the question of financial sustainability, because it doesn't help to have protected areas that you can't protect. And honourable members are fully aware of the impact of the COVID pandemic on the revenue stream of our protected areas, because that revenue stream is closely linked to tourism. The second issue that is of enormous importance here is the question of the land rights of a number of communities in our country. We already have a situation where we have a number of communities, as you are aware, who have land claims on existing protected areas. And in our view, if you just proceed in an unsophisticated manner with achieving the 30 by 30 target, you can have a situation where you are going to undermine the land rights of communities, and you're not going to be able to properly solve the land claims that exist. So this is another major issue. The third issue, and I think this is a very important issue, is the question of how communities are going to benefit. Communities that live around protected areas, how they are going to benefit from those protected areas. And one of the things DDG Mogolwa will explain to you is how in the Convention on Biodiversity, there are three aspects to this convention. So the one aspect would be obviously ensuring that we increase the protected estate globally. The second would be ensuring that there's community beneficiation, and then of course there would be other issues that relate to intellectual property. And I think that these are very important issues, and it's not possible, in our view, to look at one of the objectives without looking at all three of the objectives. We are latecomers, honourable members, to marine protected areas. You would know that in May 2019, we introduced 20 new marine protected areas, and these marine protected areas now take up approximately 5% of our marine environment. At this stage, we are moving more slowly on increasing marine protection. And this is obviously because you have a significant fishing industry in this country. You would know that we've been doing a lot of work on marine spatial planning so that we can start to deal with competing marine use. And these would be issues that will be having attention. And of course, ultimately, the global goal is also to be protecting 30% of the marine area. But of course, much of the marine environment is not in a country's territorial waters. It would be out on the high seas, and therefore those kinds of targets really are the subject of a number of international negotiations and are quite complicated. So let me pause there. Let me allow DDG Mogolwa to make our presentation, and then we can have further discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and good morning to the committee and colleagues. I will take you through the presentation. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the outline of the presentation, which will cover legislation and policies, the profile of our protected areas, the expansion strategy, and then go into the global biodiversity framework and our approach, and the framework in relation to the high-level panel recommendations, and then I will conclude. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry to interrupt, Chairperson, but I'd rather do this at the beginning of the presentation. We're having issues again with the microphone from Ms. Mokohla.
She's breaking. And she's saying she's the best network that she has.
Chairperson, can you hear me again?
TDG, can you put your camera off?
The problem, there's an echo at the end of your microphone. It continues to disrupt. Try to put your camera off and let's see.
Yes, it is. It's off, Chairperson. Is it better now?
That's better. If you're gonna keep it like that.
I will keep it like this, Chairperson.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. So this is the enabling legislation that governs areas. So we know about the NEMA protected areas, which provides for a national system of protected areas, and also a strategy.
TDG, I don't think this is working.
Thanks, Minister. Can I use my phone? Maybe the sound will be better.
Can we give you, Chair, through you,
Yes.
can we allow the colleague just to change devices because this is not working?
Yes. Let's
Thanks,
allow
Minister. I
her
will
to
do so.
Let's allow her to do that and see. Chileka, be ready to accept it.
Yes, Chair, I will.
Are we winning? Chileka, are we winning?
Yeah, I'm connecting through my phone. It will come through just now.
Okay.
I should be let into. Thank you. I'm in, Chileka. Can you see me? I will keep the laptop screen on to leave the presentation on the screen. Thank you.
Yes, I just gave you the sharing rights. Ne?
Thank you very much. Sorry, my apologies.
Like it's becoming worse. Are you having two gadgets on at the same time?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm now using the phone for the purpose of the presentation. Thank you very much. So we are now on slide 2, which then shows the legislative provision in relation to the protected areas. So as I indicated, we do have the NEMA Protected Areas Act, which then governs the system of protected areas that we have in the country. And then we also have the National Environment Biodiversity Act, which is about setting out the mechanisms for managing and conserving biodiversity and its components, protecting species and ecosystems, and the sustainable use of indigenous biological resources and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits that arise out of bioprospecting, which includes indigenous biological resources and the establishment of SANBI. We also have the World Heritage Convention, which then provides for the cultural and environmental protection and sustainable development of and related activities in a World Heritage Site. It also provides for establishment of Isibangaliso, and then the management authorities for the various heritage sites that we have. Then we have the Integrated Coastal Management Act, which is about establishment of a system of integrated coastal and estuarine management in the Republic to ensure that the development and the use of natural resources within the coastal zone is protected. We also have the National Forest Act, which governs the sustainable management and development of forest for the benefit of all and the conditions that are necessary to restructure forestry in state forest. And then we have the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy, which then guides us in terms of how we need to then expand the protected areas. Next slide, please. So in the expansion strategy, this is a 20-year strategy that we have for protected areas and conservation areas. And it aims to protect a full variety of SA's biomass and ecosystem, especially underrepresented grassland, the Namakaru, the Sakhalin Karoo, the ocean ecosystems, the rivers, the wetlands, and the estuaries and species. And it is informed by the performance of the sector during the first 5 years of implementation. And it is also informed by systemic conservation planning, where we use scientific assessment to look into areas where we have a deficit and then target those areas. Now, the graph on the right-hand side just starts to provide you a comparison of expansion of biomass between the years 2004 and 2016. Next slide, please. So the network itself in South Africa, that shows you the map, and the green areas start to show you all the TFCAs that we have, including the national parks. We have in excess of 1,161 protected areas. That includes national and provincial, one in our protected area register. That's about 8.6%. Of that, we have 22 national parks that comprise 3.7 million or 35%. We have for provincial or management authorities, we have about 1.9 million hectares, which is about 25%. And then we have privately owned, which is 3.7 million or about 35%. And then community owned is only at 0.5 million hectares, which is about 5%. We then have 39 marine protected areas that comprise about 14.56%, and 5 national World Heritage Sites, which includes Ismangali, so that is 0.8 million hectares, that is about 7%. We have 23 Ramsar sites and 10 UNESCO biosphere reserves and 6 transfrontier parks and conservation areas. Next slide, please. This basically starts to indicate the current protection level of South African terrestrial, including the sub-Antarctic ecosystem, river, wetland, estuarine, coastal and marine, and also include the pelagic system. So as you can see, the dark green areas will therefore indicate areas where we do have solid air protection, where we are doing very well in terms of protection. So depending on the color coding, that then starts to show the areas that have been protected in relation to the status. Next slide, please. Then this is the map that starts to indicate protected areas as per the expansion strategy, and those that are declared between 2008 and 2014. Apologies for the small mistake there. And essentially, that starts to show those that were declared pre-2008 and those that were declared between 2008 and 2014. Next slide, please. Then this map then starts to show the current marine protected areas map and the extent of the areas that have been identified in terms of the Marine Spatial Plan for the continental shelf of South Africa. Next slide, please. And then the cumulative increase of protected areas over time to indicate that between 2008 to 2014, 18 million, just over 18 million in South Africa's declaration has been done through over 460 properties and over 830,000 of terrestrial PAs. And then that 18 million that I earlier alluded to then also include Prince Edward Island. And the cumulative increase in percentage of conservation estate in South Africa from 2016, just to indicate on terrestrial, marine, in 2016, 11.73, 2017, 12.51, which increase shows a 0.78 increase. March 2018, 12.96, which is a further 0.45 increase. 2019, 13.7, which is 0.74%. And in 2020, we've had a 15.76, which is just over 2.06%. And these, the table on the right-hand side then indicates the number of PAs, protected areas by types, declared in the first phase of the expansion strategy implementation. Next slide, please. This then starts to show the Mpa extension increase in the recent cycle. We didn't have a lot of increase in the in a few number of years until 2018, as Minister indicated, and that was quite a significant increase that we've had in relation to mainland on the exclusive economic zone. EEZ stands for exclusive economic zone. Next slide, please. Then this table then provides the summary of the percentage required for the long-term protected area targets in relation to Aichi targets, 20-year protected area targets and 5-year targets, and the full targets for individual ecosystems. So these are given here. So essentially in relation to marine biozone, that's just us to indicate the biozones that we are working on in relation to the long term, the target, the Aichi targets itself, and what we are doing in respect of the 20 target. Maybe just to focus on the last column in respect of the 5-year target, to say that we are considering 2.5% increase in most of the categories in respect of marine, and just in respect of coast types, island and lagoon, that's just 3.92. On the terrestrial, in terms of all, our 5-year target ranges between 3.15% and 7.2%. And the estuaries, our target over 5 years is about 3.9%. Rivers is the same, as well as wetlands. Next slide, please. Then this just starts to show and provide the targets in relation to the 30% on terrestrial ecosystem. The hectare increase is just about 14.61 million hectares, excuse me, and wetlands just over 235,000 hectares, and rivers about 149,000 hectares. Next slide, please. Then in respect of marine, we're looking at the long-term conservation target. The long-term in terms of percentage is just about 36% in the long term, and a 0.5% increase in PAs and conservation areas. And by 2036, therefore, cumulatively, that will bring us to about 28%. And then on marine benthic, excuse me, looking at the hectareage, marine benthic and the coastal system, that is just over 104 million hectares, and also about 104 10 million hectares rather, for marine pelagic targets, which may overlap in some places. And the Southern Ocean, we're looking at about 10% increase over 20 years. Next slide, please. Then, in respect of the convention itself and the national approach, we know that the CBD was entered and came into force in 1993. We became a party as a country in January 1996. And the objectives of the CBD is the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its component, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of the genetic resources. It requires member states to adopt general measures to achieve goals in relevant national and subnational target plans and programs. And it is domesticated through the Constitution in terms of Section 24, NEMBA and NEMPA also. And also we know that the NDP has an objective to ensure environmental strategy, and the NBSUP is also a tool that we then use in respect of expansion of protected areas. We do periodic national biodiversity assessment that advises us in terms of the status of biodiversity. And we also have a national biodiversity strategy and action plan, which is actually our plan to operationalize the convention, and the national biodiversity framework, which provides us with all the tools in terms of advancing the objectives of the CBD. Next slide, please. The Global Biodiversity Framework has provided us with a theory of change in respect of that. It takes into account the current status in respect of the loss of biodiversity that jeopardizes human well-being and sustainable development. And therefore, the mission is to ensure that there are tools and solutions that are provided in respect of addressing those concerns, and to focus specifically on reducing the threats and meeting people's needs. And obviously, in order to enable that, there has to be necessary means of implementation, which includes finance, capacity building, and technology. And then obviously in reaching this mission, there has to be responsibility and transparency. And all this then form the enabling conditions in order to fulfill that mission. And then the milestones that have been set and the goals. Excuse me. There are 4 goals that are to be achieved by 2050. There are 20 milestones that have been set for 2030. And then there are 21 targets to be reached, and the 30 by 30 targets is one of them. So just to reflect on the goals, the first one is around the ecosystem, species, and genetic diversity. Human needs are met, benefits are shared equitably, and that there is means of implementation. And the vision, therefore, is to ensure that we live in harmony with nature. Next slide, please. So what informs the GBF basically, the Secretariat every 5 years undertake a global outlook where they look at the status of biodiversity globally, and it makes recommendations and provides lesson learned in implementing the strategic plan. And essentially the strategic plan of the CBD covers a 10-year period, 2011 to a decade, actually, let me rather say so. And also at COP14, Decision 34 essentially requested that the Secretariat initiate a process to develop the post-2020 Global Development Framework. We do also, as in relation to the CBD, have the International Platform on Science Policy on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, and they undertake assessment which provides guidance on the extent of the environmental challenges we are faced with. IPBES is similar to what we have in the UNFCCC, which is the IPCC. So it's a group of scientists that essentially are monitoring the status of biodiversity globally, undertake a scientific assessment and advise in respect of provide decision making in respect of policy. And then ongoing in negotiations since 2020, the COP has been postponed for some time due to the pandemic. And then we are now going into further negotiations in a few weeks of the subsidiary body. These are intersessional meetings that will take place in March between the 13th and the 29th. And then by the framework itself will then be adopted during CBD COP15 that will be held later this year in China. And once adopted, the global biodiversity framework will have similar impact to the Paris Climate Agreement. So it's quite a very significant agreement that will be reached at COP15. Next slide, please. Then the proposed targets of the GBF, target 3, which is the subject of today, proposes to ensure that at least 30% globally of land areas and of sea areas, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and its contribution to people, they are conserved through effectively and equitably managed, ecologically representative and well-connected systems of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures, and integrated into wider landscapes and seascapes. Next slide, please. Then our approach as a country to this, what the GBF is actually referred to as the New Deal for Nature. We adopt a holistic approach where biodiversity is protected within and outside formal protected areas. And this is essentially premised on 6 pillars. Firstly is to reposition protected areas as catalysts for inclusive rural development. And this closely aligns to the recommendations of the high-level panel to secure and conserve conservation areas through biodiversity stewardship, as we know that stewardship is one of the cost-effective mechanisms for expansion. Improve governance, benefit flows, and fair valuation of communal-owned land, to mainstream biodiversity, economy, and sustainable use across, and to strengthen partnerships and improve data and knowledge management, and to drive sector growth and transformation. Next slide, please. And the relationship between the GBF and the high-level panel recommendations, as members will be aware, we are in policy development phase. We are currently developing the draft white paper on conservation and sustainable use. And this is in response to the HLP recommendation. It is aligned to the CBD in that it provides policy certainty and a stable base for conservation, growth, and development. It has the objective to end irresponsible, unethical, and unsustainable practices that greatly harm the reputation of South Africa. It repositions South Africa as a leader in conservation and promotes South Africa's coherence and unity. And it better balances economic, social, cultural, and natural heritage needs, and it also reimagines the role of protected areas, both state and others, in contributing to ecologically sustainable rural development. And it promotes transformation of the sector with real traction in nature-based access and benefit flows to marginalized communities with growth and transformation of the industry. Next slide, please. And just to demonstrate in respect of what we are doing in respect of that, on the other hand, as we are aware, there's a question in respect of community beneficiation and empowerment initiative. Regarding the land claims, our role essentially pre and post settlement negotiation to secure land for conservation and biodiversity, where we provide support. And also we facilitate benefit sharing agreements with communities where there is an investor that would like to enter into an agreement with the community. And we also process the applications that are brought to us, especially in respect of biotrade. And also to ensure that there is direct involvement of beneficiary communities in the management of land, especially in respect of where land has to be settled. Further to this, you will be aware of the People and Parks program that the department is responsible for, where we are working with a number of communities, most of them being these beneficiary communities of land claims. Further to that, through our EP program, there are areas in which we are supporting most of these communities. This can be through facilitating development of infrastructure, facilitating game donation in line with our game donation framework and policy, And then capacity building and skills development, where the training programs targeted largely at emerging SMMEs, emerging entrepreneurs that would like to facilitate in the sector. It is also targeted at youth and women. We have just finalized a program through the Presidential Youth Employment Services, where over 1,500 of the youth were employed. And then those are the other areas in which we provide support in respect of market access. We facilitate that. We also facilitate investment and business support. And support also is directed at direct involvement of communities that are close to protected areas. There is a core management framework that we use, which is basically a governance framework to outline the roles and the responsibilities and benefit sharing of the communities, especially those communities that have got land that is being claimed within protected areas, and they are represented directly in the day-to-day management of the protected areas. Next slide, please. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, DDG. Colleagues, can I see hands of colleagues who want to raise issues on this presentation? I've noted the hand of Honorable Phillips, Honorable Bryant, and Honorable Paulson in that order. Then it will be Honorable Weber. I've received the apology from Honorable, the Whip Honorable Modise. The brother has been involved in a car accident. So I should think we need to convey our heartfelt condolences to him and the family during this difficult time. Then I'm doing so in order to note his apology. And then Honorable Singh will be last. Honorable Phillips, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I apologize for the noise at the moment. I just have two questions. For slide 19, is there a timeline for the white paper to be finalized? And slide 20, the game donations. I'm actually very concerned that a lot of those game donations are going to game farms, existing game farms, hunting farms, where the farm is already very well established and is already a going concern, and those game donations are going there instead of to our people who are just starting out and who really need the help. So I'd just like to know if we can have a, is there a means test, or do people just apply to get the game, or how is it determined as who is going to get the game?
Honorable Phillips, are you done?
I am done, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Bryant, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and the DDG for the presentations. I think the intention behind what we've seen today is very, very good. It's very positive, and I think it's a continued move in the right direction. I think the biggest challenge, obviously, as mentioned by the Minister, is we all wish that it could get done a little bit faster, but we have heard some of the encumbrances that we face as a country in getting these very admirable goals in place. But I've got a couple of questions. The first one is just in terms of the marine protected areas. the role of the provincial authorities in the declaration of marine protected areas. I know there is a role that's written in for provinces in terms of legislation, but ultimately the responsibility for the declaration lies with the national department. How can our provinces get more involved in assisting with the recommendations for new marine protected areas? I've been approached by residents in Mpa Extension, for instance, who are struggling a lot with abalone poaching in that area and are very concerned and would like to see if we could implement a marine protected area in Mpa Extension. But following on from that question, is there any evidence that the marine protected areas have had a significant positive impact on reducing poaching? Or is that more down to the availability of law enforcement? Because I mean, we can have a marine protected area, but if we don't have the enforcement in place, I suppose it's rendered rather obsolete in many ways when it comes to poaching. And then I think it was the last slide, a very important aspect which was mentioned, which is the support and involvement of communities close to protected areas. How is this coordinated? Is there kind of a central coordinating group that correlates all of that information and keeps those relationships
Alex, can you hear Honorable Brian, or is it my network?
In place and ongoing, or is it the government is responsible for ensuring maintained and that they...
We lost
Honorable Brian.
Sorry.
Honorable Brian, we lost you. Can you repeat what you were trying to say?
My apologies. Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
Yes, we
Sorry,
can
Chairperson.
now.
I was just finishing off and just saying how important it is to ensure that we have that community involvement, and which sphere of government is responsible for maintaining those relationships and correlating that information. But on the whole, thank you for the presentation and for the good intentions contained within it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bryant. Can I then allow Honorable Paulson?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, I just have two questions. In terms of declaring these sites protected areas in the various provinces, and we've had this situation in the Western Cape where for example, in Hout Bay, on the one side, people were told they can't build up the mountain because there's a fire line. And on the other side, you will see these luxurious homes built at an even greater height. So and like the minister said in the beginning, that there has to be some sophisticated means of declaring which sites are protected. And obviously in the Western Cape, they will abuse it to create opportunities and protection for the more affluent areas. For example, in Cape Town, in Knysna as well, where some areas are protected areas, but immediately next to that area, there will be an affluent suburb or development in place. So I'd like to know if these communities are consulted and when it comes to determining whether or not an area can be declared a protected area. We've also seen it on the West Coast, where operators prevented a black empowerment fishing company of establishing a mussel farm. But those operators said nothing about oil companies conducting seismic surveys on the West Coast. So, like the minister said, it must be done with some sophistication. And that sophistication shouldn't be to block the progress of Black working class people. So I'd like to know what recourse do communities have when there are areas where they have legitimate claims historically, and where the provincial government has gone and declared it a protected area. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Can I then hand over to Honorable Weber?
Thank you, Chair, very much. Thank you again to everyone for a great presentation. I have to link on to everyone because it keeps on coming up, but my question is just a little bit different, maybe not too appropriate, but when a private person that lives on a farm, for instance, realizes that the farm is protected area, the process for that is extremely long to make it a protected area. And this is a major concern because our protected areas are few. And I'm talking now about privately. I know basically your presentation is on government protected areas. But how can we fasten the process? Because in the end, it's for all our benefit, including your community and everyone, for instance, on this farm or wherever, must be included in the process and everything, which was. But once all these things are done, it takes 5 years, maybe to get a fantastic place to a protected area. And in the meantime, there's many other influences that comes in to make this not a protected area. So how can we, by law, maybe in this, fasten a process for appropriate land that is not land claims, but land that is really should be protected areas and should be conserved and is a major part of biodiversity. I can just give an example. The farm that we're working with now has what you call it side plants from over 1,600 years old. It's only in an area here where we live that you actually can get that. And so it is only that side plants are found here. And to get that area specifically protected is a process. So we did get it through the provincial one, but we were waiting now nationally to get it protected area. So my question is just basically what's going to be doing the processes, maybe by law, to do that on how long the situation like that should be taken. I know that's a talk order. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you so much, Honorable Weber. Can I hand over to Honorable Singh?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you. Greetings to all our colleagues, the ministers, and the officials that are present. Chairperson, I think I'm going to follow in the same vein as some of my other colleagues in appreciating the approach by the minister who is spearheading the political side of the department and government on ensuring that, whatever we do about proclaiming these protected areas is underpinned by local dynamics. And that one must be very, very aware of local dynamics. And she mentioned some of them, land restitution, communities on the land. And I think Honorable Paulson also touched on some of the local dynamics. So I think that's a good approach. Whilst we as a country want to be up there with other developing countries and other countries around the world in meeting global targets, we've got to always, come back home and see to what extent, trying to meet international targets are commensurate with what is required on the ground by our people. So I think that's a very, very good approach that we have. Now, with regard to the MPAs, we note that in 2019, there were 20 MPAs that were declared. And it was quite a thing. It was quite a radical change for South Africa in terms of, declaring this marine protected areas. But we have seen over the years from 2019 to now, some of the probably unintended consequences of declaring some of these areas as marine protected areas with stringent conditions on local communities. And I know there's an exercise at the moment, it was conducted to relook at the regulations and the conditions attached to the declaration of some of these marine protected areas. And as Honorable Paulson says, Honorable Chair and Minister, we don't want certain communities, whoever they are, to hide behind protected areas and use it, for their own particular interests that they might have had for the last 30 or 40 years. So that's something that we've got to be careful of. And secondly, is if there has to be protected areas that are declared for various reasons, environmental reasons, etc., is there any type of compensation to farm owners or communities, private farm owners or communities who would benefit by land rights, if that land is now declared by government as a protected area? Is there any kind of a compensation for them? And I think the St. Lucia matter is also something that we can bring into the pot here, where we see, a global intention, the impact on local communities. So I'd just like the minister's comments on that. And lastly, just to say also that you get municipalities who come up with town planning schemes and declare DMOS areas. And, some of the conditions in those DMOS areas are quite onerous if people want to develop and so on and so forth. In some cases, almost 60 or 70 or 80% of privately owned land is declared DMOS. And there should be a way of mitigating the risks to the environment, even if these are DMOS areas. So I'd just like some comment from the department in that regard as well. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Paulson, did you forget something or it's an old end?
Sorry, Chair, it's an old end.
Okay. Then let me also, did I omit any other person? No. My issue then, when you read the objective of the National Protected Areas Expansion Strategy, 2016 to 2036, then you find this objective, I quote, to achieve cost-effective protected area expansion for improved ecosystem representation, ecological sustainability, and resilience to climate change, close quote. Then my issues around that, then having read that, and then I want to understand this, how do you then achieve this cost effectiveness while expanding the size of the conservation estate? How do you do that in line with that objective? And then I also want to understand what has been the size of the budget for implementing the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy 2016 to 2036. In the past 5 years, how much was spent, and then how much was budgeted for? And then the other issue that I want to understand is whether the department do receive any financial support or in any kind supports for expanding the network of the country's protected areas from the CBD to any other multilateral agency. And then the other issue that one wants to understand is whether the targets contained in the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy are reflective of, for instance, aspiration of the global diversity framework. So those are the issues that one want to get clarity on. Then I can hand over to you, Minister and team.
There's a hand, Chairperson.
That hand is said it was an old hand.
No, sorry, Chair. I think my hand has come up again as a new hand. If I may just ask one more question, and before the Minister responds, and that is related to public consultation. whenever these areas are declared? What type, is there a particular format of a public consultation, gazetting, etc., etc.? If we can just be taken into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will respond to some of the questions and then I will hand over to DDG Mogolwa. I see that on the call we also have the acting DDG Oceans and Coasts, Mr. Lisolomzi Figizolo, and I think that he might be in a position to give more light on the issues around the questions around the marine protected areas. So we will also allow DDG Mogolwa to refer to him if she so wishes. Chairperson, you will recall that we had a lengthy discussion on the white paper in our previous meeting, and I had indicated that we are trying to get it to yourselves by the second quarter. That is what we are trying to do. But obviously, it's still got to go to cabinet. So, but we're trying. We want to get it to you this year, and we're trying for the second quarter. With regard to game donations, we have answered this question repeatedly, but let me answer it again. Sandparks advertises for expression of interest. Those expressions of interest have criteria. Recipients are screened. I think that what the attempt is, honourable members, is to strike a balance between those who would be brand new to game ranching and private protected area estates, and those who would have capacity to adequately care for the animals. And I think that we have had instances in the past, and the previous portfolio committee in the previous term was dealing with instances in the past where the capacity of the emerging ranchers was not adequately researched, and consequently there was not a good outcome with regard to those game donations. This was prior to 2019. So I think that Sandparks is cautious and is always trying to have a situation where we can tread this middle line between making sure that we are supporting emerging farmers, but also making sure that those emerging farmers have the capacity to look after the animals appropriately. Honourable members will remember that what we always say is these are not donations, they are loans. And what that means is that in due course, when these animals have thrived and have multiplied, the emerging farmer will return the loan by making a similar donation from his stock to another emerging farmer. So we do want to make sure that these animals are always placed in situations where they will be well cared for. Chairperson?
Sorry. My apologies, Minister.
We do always want to make sure that these animals are appropriately cared for so that the loan can be returned. I think that Mr. Figizolo or Ms. Mogolwa will answer the question on how provincial authorities get involved in the MPAs. And I think, Honourable Brandt, obviously, in any protected area, the extent to which you prevent poaching depends on two issues. The one would be your relationships with surrounding communities, and the other would be your law enforcement activities. And it is that interface that will determine the extent to which you manage to control poaching. And I think that where that is not appropriately handled, then obviously you are not going to get an optimal outcome. There is an organization called People and Parks. That organization coordinates the relationship between communities on the outskirts of protected areas and those communities. What we have discovered through our interactions with that organization is that while their relationship with SANParks and with the National Department is a good and open door relationship, they haven't enjoyed the same benefits in their relationship with provincial authorities. And at a previous MINMEC meeting, I had invited them to attend and to present their credentials. And we have been encouraging that provincial authorities need to set up relations with the provincial chapters of the People in Parks organization, so that, as you are saying, Member Bryant, there should be good coordination and communication. The Western Cape area with regard to the community in Hout Bay is complicated, because I think Honourable Paulson, that situation was already a protected area, and there was a land invasion there. There's been a long and complicated process, because I think we have wanted to do some land swaps. I don't have the details on me at the moment, but I think the idea had been to allow appropriate resolution of some of the complexities there. I don't know, DDG Mogolwe, if you have some of that issue. On the issue of the mussels, I'm presuming this is the court case with regard to Saldanha Bay. I don't know whether we can comment on that in this meeting. DDG Mogolwe, you'll handle the issue of private protected areas. Honourable Singh, yes, you know that there is a negotiation process underway to look at the relationship between certain communities and the marine protected areas, because there isn't an optimal jurisdiction with regard to small-scale fishes and the protected areas and the marine protected areas in all instances at this stage. But we have, as you correctly say, opened the talks. Let's not get into St. Lucia. I think we did deal with it in a lot of detail on Tuesday. But I think that if we are going to expropriate for purposes of setting up a protected area, then obviously there would need to be appropriate compensation. But where there are land claims, you would know that what we are trying to do is to maintain the current land use, but to find alternative ways in which communities can consistently and significantly benefit from those protected areas. All administrative decisions, including the declaration of any form of protected area, requires consultation, Honourable Singh. And one of the submissions that regularly comes before me is submissions where somebody has donated a piece of land to a protected area or to Sanbi for the extension of one of our gardens. And I'm often signing government gazettes that consult about that decision. I also write letters to all my counterparts at provincial level, and also obviously my counterparts, relevant counterparts, water and sanitation, agriculture, minerals and energy, and so on decisions at national level. But I think DDG Mogolwa can say a bit more about that and also about the DMOS issue. Chairperson, when we talk about cost-effective expansion, I think that what we're saying is that there isn't only one way in which you can set up a protected area. So I suppose the old idea would be that the state would buy land or expropriate land and declare that area to be a national park. What we have seen in recent times is a situation, for example, this new Grasslands National Park that is being established in the Eastern Cape has been established with significant private landowner donation and also significant financial contributions from non-governmental organizations. And you would see in the presentation that DDG Mogolwa presented, there would be a great deal of emphasis there on this concept of stewardship. And I think that's really about private landowners involving themselves in private protection, but also it could be a situation where they're engaged in land use practices that are compatible with the protected areas. I visited a very interesting program, which is between the Kamdibu and the Karoo National Park, where there is significant private land ownership between these two parks, but the landowners are involved in a project with the parks to engage in land use practices that are compatible with conservation. So, for example, they would not be using poisoning, they would not be trying to eradicate predators. They would be managing I think in that area, they're farming primarily Angora goats. They would be having grazing facilities for these goats, which are basically compatible with the natural biome. So these are very interesting examples of stewardship. And although that land might be still being partially used for agricultural purposes, it helps us with our overall approach to protected areas expansion. Obviously, the whole of SANParks budget is for protected areas. And obviously, there's quite a lot of the budget in our own BNC and also in our environmental programs, which goes into support for protected areas, alien clearing, fire protection services, wetland restoration, and so on and so on. So I think that what you can understand is that and obviously within oceans and coasts, all the work, the research work and everything that was done around those marine protected areas was financed by the branch itself. So you can understand that our branches are playing a very fundamental role. And then there would be, of course, a whole lot of other shared services which our department offers, whether it's financial management, legal advice, and so on, which we might not be costing. So I think that this is really how you should understand the role of government and government budgets in this area. And then, yes, there is multilateral funding. I'm sure DDG Mogolwa can say more, but multilateral funding only comes for projects. So you're not going to get multilateral funding to run a protected area. You might, for example, this Eastern Cape Grasslands Park that I spoke about, you might find that they financed research around the establishment of that park. But you might find that we would have partnerships where specific research or specific pilot projects are conducted. But in the multilateral environment, nobody's going to pay you to run your national parks. And so obviously those donations are significant, but they are always on the smaller side of things. Let me hand over to DDG Mogolwa to deal with some of the detail, and then to Mr. Fikizolo if there are other aspects that he would want to touch on.
Thank you very much, Minister, for some of the responses that you have provided. As I indicated earlier on, in respect of game donation, we do have a national guideline that we have developed that the management authorities follow in respect of inviting prospective organizations that would like to have game donated to them, and they apply their own criteria. I can confirm that it is definitely biased towards previously disadvantaged individuals. On our part, due to the fact that environment is a concurrent function and having direct oversight over sandparks, we ensure that working with sandparks, that they are able to meet their own criteria in respect of game donation aspects. Thank you. And then moving on to the declarations and the processes that are followed in that respect. With your indulgence, Mr. Kalnodia, who's responsible for protected area systems management, can outline the process in respect of how declarations are made, and also in respect of how then we include the expanded areas into our protected area network. I will then respond to the question around the budgets to confirm definitely that our role in respect as a branch in respect of supporting expansion areas and community-based enterprises or communal land where we are being approached is limited to the EP support on infrastructure development, capacity building, where a community enters into a concession agreement with a private investor. We facilitate that particular agreement. We are currently working on developing firm business proposals, working with some of the community-based enterprises on investment proposals that they can put out to the market in order to support the work that they are doing on their protected land, where they would like to have tourism enterprises or bioprospecting or wildlife activities. Regarding whether we do get international support, I can confirm that we just completed a donor program on supporting management effectiveness of protected areas that was funded by the Global Environment Facility. And management effectiveness is basically a tool that we use to assess whether the protected area is meeting certain objectives in respect of governance, finance, operations, and also provides us with an overview on how we are doing regarding the management of protected areas. So that really concerns about ensuring that we follow a thorough scientific assessment to ensure that the ecological integrity, the governance of protected area is then not compromised. With your indulgence, I will then hand over to Mr. Kalnodia to deal with issues related to declarations and expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG, Minister, and honorable members. I'll keep my video off to save a bit of bandwidth. But just to add to what the Minister has already indicated and what the DDG also indicated, the legislation process is fairly extensive around ensuring in Mpa that we do consult, and we make sure that we consult extensively before we do a declaration of a protected area. Now, the process that is followed, that first there will be an intention to declare the area, and that would be consulted widely to include not only the provinces, but also all these state entities that could be affected by the declaration, and then also the municipalities involved. And lately we've gone beyond what is stated within the legislation to also do radio adverts so that we can even reach further than just the formal process where we do a declaration within the newspaper as well to indicate the intention. So we followed the process where we do radio adverts as well, so that we can ensure that we reach wider than just the yes. Yes.
Why can't I see your picture?
I can. You want to see my? All right, sorry, Chair. Let me see if I can save it. There. Is it? Let me just do it like that. Can you see me?
Yes, proceed in
all right, all right. Sorry, Chair. I was just worried that the bandwidth might be a problem. All right. So just to further go into details, to say that we've gone beyond what the legislation was specifying for us. So we've, although it is a different financial exercise to also ensure that we do radio interviews, so that we also get to the other constituencies that might not be reachable through the newspapers, and through our engagement with our legal section, it was indicated to us that that is a better mechanism to ensure that we reach the wider consultation constituencies. So that is the first phase of the declaration. And then in the second phase of the declaration, before we get to the final declaration of a protected area, we would then consolidate all the inputs and look at if there were any concerns raised. And once that process is concluded, then we will get to the declaration phase. So it's a fairly extensive process, and we try to make sure that we include the input from everyone that would be affected, as well as the people around the proposed area that could be affected. If there's any further questions on the declaration process, I can see if we can further clarify if that is needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nodin. Colleagues?
Chairperson, can I ask Mr. Fikizolo to input on the MPAs, on the MPA process?
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable.
Where are you? We can't see you, Mr. Fikizolo.
Honorable Chair, the video, I did start the video. I am not sure why I even myself decide, I don't know what's happening, but both, they are not crossed, the video and the mute button. As to, I'm not so sure how to deal with it.
Are you on your phone, Mr. Fikizolo?
No, Minister, I'm in the office. I'm using my laptop.
Okay.
But it's indicating here that your network bandwidth is low.
At the top of your, have you checked at the top of your computer that your camera's on your computer?
Yes, the camera is on, Minister. The camera is on. That is why I don't know what is happening. Because I used it last night. It was fine. I don't know now what is the problem. Yes, the camera is on. I've just tested it again. I'm not sure whether I must exit and then get back into the meeting, Minister. Honorable Chair.
Can we allow Mr. Fikizolo, for the sake of time, to continue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and sorry about this. I'm not so sure what's the problem. But I would like just to add on two things, additional multilateral funding. For our marine protected areas, we've been able to receive some from a sum of amount that is, I think, about 7 million from Benguela Current Convention, which is Angola, Namibia, and South Africa, a multilateral that is involving those three countries through funding that has been provided by the United Nations Development Programme. And it's assisting us in the development of two management plans, which is for the Charles Bank and the Orange Shelf MPAs. Both are offshore MPAs. And it also assisted us in the consultation process for Marine Protected Areas Forum, which we were unable to do in the past couple of years, but now due to that funding, we were able to do. And additionally, I want to touch on to what was raised by Honorable Bryant when it comes into management and law enforcement in particular. We are working with the management agencies, SandParks, Eastern Cape Provincial Tourism Agency, and others, where we are implementing our management plans, and then enforcement is part of that. But there are different approaches when it comes into coastal marine protected areas and offshore marine protected areas. And the approach that we've used or that I've outlined is the one that is applicable to those that are close to the coast, and of course working with LACE, which is our sister branch in Pretoria, and we with Fisheries as well, fisheries management, particularly utilizing their vessels, Sarah Batman, Lillian and the Victoria Mklenge. And then just on that, particularly if we will be looking at offshore, in the main, we were having the Prince Edward before we had these new MPAs, that is the 20 MPAs. There were other 21 MPAs, of which the Prince Edward Island was one of the 21. And the manner with which we dealt with law enforcement in there was through our membership as South Africa to an organization called the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, CAMILA, and utilizing the fact that we are neighbors to France. By that, I mean there are islands that are owned by France that are next to Prince Edward and Marion Island. Those are Kerguelen and Crozet, and there is a land station that they have, and then a constellation of about 66 satellites that they would be utilizing to monitor that, and of course, frigates that will be from La Réunion to do patrols. But information would be relayed to CAMILA and then be forwarded to us, so that we can see if there are any vessels that would be fishing illegally and so on in that particular area. But we've also pursued as a country an agreement between ourselves and France for two things: research, scientific research, and secondly, monitoring, control, and surveillance in that area. That was a couple of years ago, but it wouldn't go through because of disagreements between the two countries on the modifications that wanted to be done on Article 111 of UNCLOS. And then we couldn't really proceed with that, but we continued to kind of get that kind of support as members of CAMILA. That is what I wanted to add for now. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Minister.
Minister, is that all?
I think so. Mr. Fikizolo, you were going to talk about the role of provincial authorities with regard to proposals for new MPAs. Can you just talk about that?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, we are always in contact with the provincial authorities through provincial PCCs, provincial coastal committees. And of course, in the provincial coastal committees, led by the province and of course, co-chaired by us as the national department, that is where we first present the intention to declare And of course, there will be local government, particularly those that will be affected or will be alongside the area where it is going to be declared an MPA. And then from there, then it will be the process of gazetting for public comments. And then when the comments are received, we will consolidate. And then after consolidation, then we will go to them and present. So yes, we are doing that. But what we've since realized as well, particularly from the MPA forum that we've held in the Eastern Cape towards the end of last year, Honorable Minister, is that there was some form of complaint or concern from traditional leadership, which we were very grateful as the department that they honored the invitation and then were participating in the discussions and how they would want to be involved in the process. And with what one of our sister branches is doing at the moment, that is finalizing an MOU between the House of Traditional Leaders and the department, we are going to use that platform as well to get to people at the grassroots level so that we can be able to inform them and not only inform, but get feedback from them as to how we can improve on what we are doing. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, are there any follow-ups? I see the hand of Honorable Bryant. Over to you, colleague.
Thanks, Chair. Just a very quick one, and thank you to Mr. Fikizolo for the response. I just want to find out, just coming from sort of a local government or provincial government perspective, if one is interacting with one's constituents and there is perhaps a proposal for a new marine protected area, I think that was more kind of in line with my question in terms of how does one get that through to that process. He explained how it works when the national department is presenting and then the consultation happens, but actually getting those proposals through from the ground level up, is there a way that one can do that via local government or provincial government to make those recommendations through? Is there an easy channel, or what is the easiest way to do it? Because I know that constituents have been struggling with that process. Thanks very much.
Minister, can we direct it to Mr. Fikizolo directly to respond?
I think it's simple, Chair. Any member of this committee who has a proposal with regard to anything should write to me, and we will refer it to the relevant authority in the department.
Okay. I hope it does cover you, Honorable Bright.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Then, without any other hands, can we go to the next presentation? Colleagues, Minister, can I hand over to you and the team?
Chairperson, are we moving now to the Phakisas?
Yeah.
Which one would you like me to start with?
Let me rephrase the agenda. I think it's the waste one we're starting with. I'm quickly checking the agenda now. Chileka is right, ne? Yes, we are going to deal with Phakisa one, Ocean Economy Lab and the Waste Lab.
All right, we start with the oceans economy. Mr. Fikizolo, are you going to do the presentation or is Mr. Shea doing it?
Goodness. Thank you, Minister. Struggling a bit this side. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable Chair. The presentation will be done by Nziki Mbono. Mr. Andra Shea is on leave at the moment. Thank you, Minister.
That's fine. Please, can the colleague go ahead?
Thank you, Minister. Good morning to the Minister, and good morning to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the members. The presentation today is going to be focusing on answering the issues that were raised as a follow-up on the Oceans Economy Phakisa presentation that was made at the last Portfolio Committee meeting. If you could please assist me to move to the next slide, please, with your permission. Thank you.
Are you not the person who's normally sharing the presentations? Oh, it's a different one.
Presentations are shared from the committee chairperson.
Vuyiswa or Dimbonga. This one is different one.
This one.
It's a Vuyiswa from your side. I thought it's the same Vuyiswa who's different person. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is being shared from Ms. Ndibongo's screen, and it is being presented by myself, Nziki Mbono from the Oceans Economy Branch. Thank you, Chairperson. I would start by just indicating the fact that the Oceans Economy Phakisa was inspired by looking at the extent of potential for growing the oceans economy in the country, given the long coastline of 3,900 kilometers, mainland SA and sub-Antarctic islands, and also having an exclusive economic zone of 1.5 million square kilometers. The analysis that was undertaken, focusing on 9 subsectors within the oceans economy, indicated that there is a huge potential, with an estimation that the oceans could potentially contribute between 129 and 177 billion rand to the GDP of the country by 2033. This compared to an estimated 54 billion contribution by 2010, and that it could potentially create between 800,000 and 1 million jobs compared to a baseline of 316,000 jobs from that sector as at 2010. The subsectors that were interrogated during the Phakisa labs in 2014 were marine transport and manufacturing, offshore oil and gas, aquaculture, marine protection services and ocean governance, small harbors and coastline development was further unpacked at a later stage, but that potential was highlighted during the 2014 labs, and it was then decided that there would need to be another mini lab to further unpack that, so that there could be a very clear, detailed plan of implementing initiatives to unlock the economic opportunities within the small harbors, and also ensuring that there is good focus on dealing with the infrastructure and ensuring that as well in terms of coastal access where it's required for various economic activities, that is attended to. Also, coastal and marine tourism was discussed high level, which was further unpacked in another follow-up mini lab in 2018 to also come up with a detailed implementation plan that has got initiatives to grow the coastal and marine tourism sector. There was also a very clear acknowledgement of the enabling aspects that are quite cross-cutting across all the subsectors, which would enable success of us realizing the potential that was highlighted in the study. And that was the area of skills development and capacity building to ensure that the skills required to grow the various subsectors within the oceans economy are able to thrive, having the requisite skills to that effect, and also acknowledging the role of research, technology, and innovation to support ensuring that we get the most out of those subsectors. If I could please then request you to move to the next slide. On the next slide, since this is a follow-up presentation, I didn't go back to indicate the extent of potential, but I'm coming to this slide in order to just give a little bit of progress in terms of the economic impact. In terms of the 6 ocean subsectors that I highlighted in the earlier slide, there is about 41 billion rand in investment that was realized against 153 billion rand contribution to the GDP. And the investment are mainly in infrastructure development in the various commercial ports in the country, about 8 of them that have got those in terms of both ensuring that there is upgrade of existing infrastructure, which was in a state of disrepair at the time, and also focus on identifying and facilitating development of new infrastructure as well, including facilitating private sector participation through concessions where applicable, just to ensure that there's more growth in the various subsectors that are within the oceans economy. Over and above that, also there are aspects that are focusing on the marine manufacturing side, which was meant to facilitate more growth in boat building, given the fact that South Africa is well known globally and quite competitive when it comes to certain categories of boats for exports, and those are the catamarans. It is quite well known and popular in most of the big markets. And then the other area is projects within the aquaculture space, with various of those projects also focusing on ensuring that in various communities there are such projects, so that there is significant difference that is seen, and that is where one would be able to see a number of jobs that also involve projects that are being developed together with communities and targeting certain underdeveloped areas as well in that process. And then there's also focus on the scientific and seismic surveys and ensuring that there's facilitation of that capacity in the country in order for us to better understand the extent of potential, but also understand what is in underneath our oceans, and being able to assist in terms of sustainable exploitation of those economic resources that are within the oceans. Then there's the aspects that's focusing on the coastal and marine tourism as indicated, as well as small harbors and marine and protection and ocean governance services. In terms of the jobs created so far, it is estimated that about 26,764 jobs to be created. And in terms of the ones that we have been able to verify, which are direct jobs, but understanding that there's also likely to be other jobs that are indirect jobs that might not be fully accounted for, given the fact that these would be based on certain assumptions that are made in economic models to try and check how far in terms of the job creation we've been able to succeed. Just looking at the focus area of marine transport and manufacturing, there has been reported total of 4,589 jobs to date. In offshore oil and gas, 234 jobs. Aquaculture, 2,367 jobs. In the area of marine protection services and ocean governance, 41 jobs. And then focusing on the area of small harbors development, 719 jobs created. And in the focus area of coastal and marine tourism, a total of 433 jobs. And that then totals on the verified jobs that are at 8,383 jobs. And I'm sure members might be asking themselves why those numbers versus the potential that's indicated. I think it is important that one does highlight that some of the dynamics in the economy globally and domestically changed quite significantly between 2014 to date, in the sense that if one focuses on the area of offshore oil and gas, the crude oil prices plummeted from around $120 per barrel to close to $20 per barrel, which therefore affected the attractiveness and the return on investment that would be anticipated from projects that would have been done. And therefore, in terms of the exploration projects that would have been expected to have moved with speed, some of them, there was a bit of slower progress in that regard than anticipated. One would then also want to also indicate the fact that in terms of the anticipated GDP growth, as estimated through our official national entities that do that estimation for us, being National Treasury, Stats SA, and the Reserve Bank, those were far below what was anticipated, because that was expected to be more than 6% and going towards 7%. And as members would appreciate that, we have not been able to achieve those growth levels because of also the global dynamics in the global economy space. I would then request that you kindly show me the next slide, please. This slide is just elevating the role of science and innovation. And in that regard, I would want to highlight the fact that in terms of leading the cross-cutting work on the research, technology and innovation, it was felt that this is very important, because in some of the sectors, one would appreciate that this would enhance the extent to which we have success, and the Department of Science and Innovation plays a very critical role in this area. And also in terms of that role, there is also the importance of ensuring that there's adequate funding for research through the NRF, and also provision of innovative solutions through the CSIR work that they do. And if one makes examples around that area, CSIR does also play a role in terms of trying to support us in the country to find ways of enabling the programs of the Department of Trade and Industry in this regard, to ensure that where there are companies that need to utilize some of the research that they've done, and also look for ways and means and mechanisms to support some of the companies in the country that might need certain classifications and accreditation in order to produce some of the components or supply some of the components that are required for our localization requirements when one is doing the marine manufacturing side of things, whether it's boat building or it's shipbuilding. So I thought it's important just to highlight that, but also in terms of the other research that is being done through that institute, including also finding ways to leverage on institutions such as the Technology and Innovation Agency that do have certain technology centers where it's realized that those are required to support moving the research from just normal research and finding ways of commercializing those and providing access to technology to any individual or businesses within the country where that is required and they have no means of having their own technology. And also would also like to highlight in terms of that role of science and technology to the extent that partnerships through the NRF on research chairs was also able to be achieved in terms of forming communities of practice and centers of excellence. And one of such examples in the area of oil and gas is the formation of the community of practice that focuses on petroleum-related requirements in terms of geosciences and engineering, just to make sure that we are able to continue to have research work being done in the country that will enable us to be able to develop the vast resources in terms of the oil and gas that we have in the country, given the fact that as a country, we're still at the nascent stage, particularly on the offshore oil and gas side of things, which is upstream compared to our neighbors, which means that there's quite a lot of potential where there could still be creation of the anticipated jobs, despite not in the short term, in that focus area of offshore oil and gas, but longer term, because one would need to start with exploration work that would need to be done. But more jobs are usually expected from oil and gas when you get to the development phase, especially when you then get to the production phase of those resources. Just moving in terms of the role of TVET colleges and partnerships that were formed. In terms of the Operation Phakisa Oceans Economy, there was a decision to form the South African International Maritime Institute, which was established as one of the initiatives from the Oceans Economy Phakisa through the Department of Higher Education and Training. It is responsible for the skills initiatives within the oceans economy and having that coordinating role to make sure that in terms of forming partnerships and coordinating with the various stakeholders, that more work is done in order for the country to create the requisite skills that are required. And one of those institutions that were seen as having a crucial role in terms of developing those skills are TVET colleges, so that eventually we can then be able to get to having sufficient TVET colleges that are being able to have sufficient capacity and infrastructure, as well as curricula and content to offer maritime training. And to this extent, there is a number of TVET colleges that are currently able to offer the marine-related or maritime-related training. And those currently are still in KZN, as well as in the Western Cape province. In KZN, there is Umfolozi TVET College that does offer maritime studies. And also in the Western Cape, we do have such TVET colleges. Just to move to the issue of partnerships, in terms of the partnerships, 26 TVET colleges out of the 50 have been made centers of specialization for various trades by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And to this extent, there is also the Center of Specialization Program, which is a three-way partnership between the TVET colleges for theoretical and workshop training. There's also the CETAs, which is the Sector Education and Training Authorities that do provide funding in the country for skills-related and training-related programs, as long as there is a clearly identified need for such skills to be developed and linked to specific sectors. And to this extent, in that partnership, there is a number of CETAs that do work very closely in this partnership through SAEMI, and those include your transport, education and training TETA. There's also MERCETA on the manufacturing side, and there's also the energy and water CETA, plus the chemical CETA, which is CHIETA. That are some of those important CETAs that are part of the partnership as a way of trying to elevate the extent to which we are able to develop the necessary skills that are required within the various subsectors in the oceans economy. And also the third partner in the three-way partnership is the industry itself for purposes of work placement, but also in instances of the shipping companies, when it comes to seafarers, it becomes important for the purposes of being able to get some of the sea time as part of some of the seafarers that would need sea time to complete their qualifications. And to this extent, there is a number of companies, even on the manufacturing side, that also do partner through even interventions by our department, DFFE, in terms of facilitating for some of the learners to be taken through apprenticeships over periods between 2 and 3 years, just so that we're able to strengthen the extent to which we've got the adequate skills required for the various sectors. If you could please take me to the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide is just zooming into the partnership. I'm not going to repeat in terms of what I've already mentioned, but here I'm going to highlight the fact that the program is implemented in different phases with an intake of 30 learners at a time. Companies that are partnering for work placement include maritime companies such as Damien Shipyards, Nautic Africa, Sea Harvest, Oceania, amongst others. And then in terms of government's role, government forms part of the partnerships. And among some of them that we can mention that are partnering in initiatives that are related to partnerships with TVET colleges and skills development, those include the SA Navy, as well as the Saldanha IDZ in the Western Cape for purposes of work placement. And in terms of the TVET colleges that have formed partnerships for other programs, these include, amongst other things, the yacht and boat building training at False Bay College for a 3-year program with SAIMI. And this is funded by the National Skills Fund for 30 learners, with 4 maritime companies forming part of the partnership for placement of these learners during this period of their learning. And in terms of the partnerships that have been formed with industry, that's highlighted above, but also partnerships are also formed with provincial governments, as well as the CETAs for other training programs that are TVET driven. And in terms of entrepreneurship, some TVETs have applied for funding for business incubation programs for some of the students that they train, so that they do encourage creation of employers rather than training only for people to go and be employees, and therefore having to encourage entrepreneurship within the oceans economy. If you could please take me to the next slide. This slide is just talking to the 5-year target that commenced after the conclusion of the detailed Operation Phakisa sessions that were held in Durban in 2014. In terms of the marine transport and manufacturing subsector, 1,338 apprenticeships were recorded against the target of 2,550. And this is just based on the available data. It might not be including all the programs because in some instances, there is no reporting. And teams are working around ensuring that we find ways of widening the group of implementing entities and industry players that are doing training, because some of the training that gets recorded is the one that's facilitated through SAIMI. But we do understand that a number of companies also do have training programs that they do internally, which might not necessarily be included in the numbers that we are sharing with the members today. A total of 4,598 people were trained in the different skills programs, including 620 artisans against the target of 18,172. And if one looks at this element, this is where I'm indicating that some of the companies such as Damien and others within the manufacturing space, they do undertake their own training, and those numbers are not included here. And that's the one area that has been identified for further enhancement. And so we are hoping that we would be able to improve in terms of those numbers. In terms of the target of 720 officers and 1,200 ratings, we have not met these due to the lack of training berths on vessels. And we continue to look for ways to see how one can get around this. And this is also partially a function of the fact that we don't have a lot of locally owned ships in the country, which is a very huge opportunity. Because should we have had a lot of local ship ownership, and a bigger ship register, then in terms of that, we would have been able to influence better in terms of having more training berths, but also even in terms of the ratings, because that would also mean that we would be able to facilitate better and influence when those ships are registering, in terms of being able to have SA crews in their ships, and also being able to participate and work with South Africa in terms of developing the kind of seafarers that we need, given the fact that we do have an aspiration as a country of being a recognized maritime nation. In terms of the CPUT and DUT, they do offer seafarer training. They've indicated that they could only produce about 100 seafarers each year. In light of the challenges facing the subsector, as well as the economic climate, a proposed change management process commenced to revise those targets. And as soon as the targets have been revised, given current conditions, those would therefore be adequately reported. They would be shared and also reported against in terms of progress thereof, in terms of implementation. May I please have the next slide? The next slide is looking at the Oceans and Coastal Information System. This OSIMS is developed by CSIR, an entity of the Department of Science and Innovation. It is a very robust tool which supports various departments and stakeholders in respect of the information. And OSIMS provides a number of decision support tools. We're just highlighting two out of those. And these are the vessel tracking system for intelligence gathering in respect of vessel movements within the South African Extended Economic Zone and its immediate surrounding waters. And the ability to provide early warning information regarding harmful algal blooms. Blooms which are extremely critical for fisheries and aquaculture subsectors, as well as to the general public, as they may be toxic to sea life as well as to humans. And the system has also demonstrated its functionality to date for the aquaculture industry, as well as the defense cluster, which has used it in their planning operations. If I could please have the next slide. This slide goes on to just highlight the collaboration that the Department of Science and Innovation has, where they collaborate with the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, where they've developed and launched the ZA-Cube-2 nanosatellite on board a Russian rocket in December 2019. And also the researchers from the University of Stellenbosch that have also created satellites control system to help the satellite to orient itself in the space. And there's also the mission of the ZA-Cube-2, which includes vessel tracking module and wildfire detection capabilities. The satellites were relaunched in early 2022. And in terms of funding of these satellites, the DSI is a partner with Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment on Oceans Economy initiatives, which is a lead department and is funding the South African Constellation owned satellite through, sorry, if I can please just request you to kindly just hide that, because it does hide the bottom part of the slide if it is possible. Thank you so much. And this is done through the South African National Space Agency. If you could please show the next slide. Thank you very much. So all I can say now, just in closing, is to then highlight to the members the fact that in terms of the progress that was required to highlight some of the achievements. Those are some of the highlights in terms of the achievements to date. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Much. Then I think there's the waste one now. Who is presenting on the waste?
Chairperson, the Delivery Unit Chief Director, Mr. Surprise Zwane, will be taking us through. Over to you, Ndade Zwane.
Good day, honorable members, Minister, and colleagues on the call. I'll be taking you through the Operation Phakisa, some of the strides we've made, as well as in response to the questions that were raised in our initial briefing over 3 weeks ago. Thank you. The consensus slide.
3 weeks ago,
when we were briefing, with the briefing on Phakisa, Chair.
No, it's not 3 weeks ago. This happened in 7 December 2021.
Oh, yeah.
You mean we were briefing somewhere, maybe?
Oh, it was a responses. Apologies for that, Chair. The contents of my slides is we'll cover the 20 initiatives. We'll also do the deep dive based on the 7th of December 2021 briefing. We'll also give a roadmap towards the conclusion as well as the recommendation. Next slide. During the 2017 lab process, there were aspirations, and those aspirations came up with the key objectives. The aspirations were to reduce the negative environmental as well as the health impact of waste and risk posed by various chemicals. Was to also increase the commercialization of the circular economy and create a value from the resource currently discarded as waste, as well as to foster inclusive growth by positioning South Africa as a globally competitive producer of sustainable products. Those key objectives included the growth of the secondary resource economy by increasing the local utilization and beneficiation of waste resources from the 50 to 75% through a creation of enabling regulatory environment, generation of opportunities from chemicals and waste for the creation of jobs, opportunities for new as well as existing markets, specifically those that will enable SMMEs. Also to invest in various IPs that included research and development, innovation, as well as the infrastructure to enhance the utilization of local waste resources for new products, substances, and services that will create new jobs, as well as create a production industry around environmentally friendly chemicals. Reduce waste to landfill, which is key, by 75% of the industrial waste that gets generated and 50% of municipal waste through programs such as education and awareness and a compliant society, as well as application of various cleaner production technologies. Next slide. Next slide. The slides are not moving on my side, Chair. Okay, thank you. We then had 4 work streams. One of the work streams included bulk industrial waste, or focus on bulk industrial waste, which had maximizing the utilization and beneficiation of various bulk industrial waste. This included ash, slag, gypsum, as well as organic waste such as sewage sludge and meat that gets produced and becomes waste. The second work stream was municipal, that looked at maximizing the diversion of waste from landfill through the 3R: reuse, recycling, recovery, which covered organic waste, construction and demolition waste, electrical and electronic waste, as well as packaging waste. Packaging, we refer to paper, plastics, as well as glass. The third workstream focused on product design and waste utilization. That looked at reducing the volume of packaging waste and food waste, which ends up at our landfill sites.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Thank you, Chair. Buyiso. Can you mute your microphone, Buyiso?
Sorry, DG. Sorry.
Buyiso, mute your microphone so
you.
that Mr. Zwane can proceed. Proceed, Mr. Zwane.
Thank you, Chair. Workstream number 3 looked at reducing the volumes of packaging and food waste, which ends up in our landfill sites, thereby by improving the product design from manufacturers, increasing the quality of production practices, and promoting waste prevention measures. The fourth one looked at reducing the negative health safety and environmental impact effects of harmful imported products. The two focus areas were reclamation and recycling of refrigerant gas, as well as moving towards a partial or full ban of lead, imports of lead paint towards a lead-free paint, South Africa. Next slide. The biggest ambition was our aim was to divert 19.74 million tons from landfill, of which 13.55 million tons was what we view as being recycled or predominantly recycled. These waste streams were organic waste, ash, various forms of ash, non-recyclable waste or problematic waste, construction and demolition waste, packaging and plastic plastic waste, electrical and electronic waste. In our own baseline, our source was our initial national waste baseline study that we had done in 2012 that looked at in terms of our annual production, in terms of the various waste streams, in terms of million tons that gets produced. In the first column, you would see that's the total annual waste that gets produced at that time that was forecasted for 2017 and then forecasted further to 2023. We've obviously now done more baseline work. The numbers have slightly changed in terms of waste production. As you know, the economic decline led to some form of reduction. And then obviously our diversion target at that time was towards a 19.74 million tons of what was regarded to be taken to our landfill sites. And then 13.55 million tons of what we wanted to recycle within the various streams and value chains of the recycling value chain. Our ambitious target was by 2023, we wanted to get to a 47 million ton volume in terms of waste that gets diverted, which would have increased our current 25%, or that time 25% to about 43%. As it is, we're likely to exceed that target because of the various waste streams that we now having to then collate or look at, and the various opportunities that are presented in terms of technology globally, and that could then become what South Africa then, for example, adopts and uses to deal with the various problematic waste streams as well, which were not initially addressed. And then the recycling, obviously, we needed to then move from a 14% potential to a 28% by 2023, which took us from 14 million tons to about 28 million tons of waste that gets reused, recycled. Next slide. The various initiatives, which were 20 initiatives across the 4 work streams, with only 2 which were cross-cutting. The key ones were ones which are highlighted in, for example, or are bolded in the slide, but I'll go through them in one by one. Bulk industrial meant that we then increase our uptake of ash, particularly fly ash, for alternative building materials. So this also talks to green products that we currently exploring and working on increasing demand, accelerating innovation and commercialization of existing research and development. There were various research done from ESCOM to SASOL to VERTS to University of Pretoria around the various use of ash or applications of ash. One which was done, a study done, which we now have a pipeline into two potential pilot projects, soil amelioration, which looked at blends of ash as well as animal matter and sewage sludge to produce a new form of manure for the agricultural sector. The second one was the treatment of acid mine drainage and mine backfill. The research has been finalized late last year. We're now looking in terms of how then do we enable this within a mining area. There are certain mines that have become derelict, and this is where we are aiming to then implement this technology and the research that has been done over a period of 2 to 3 years. The ash export market is an opportunity, a big opportunity in terms of moving from a 1.7 million ton current to a 6 million ton of ash that we could potentially export as South Africa. Restrictions and limitations are obviously competing commodities and so forth. But with the attraction we're now getting from international markets, we are likely to then grow it by 1.5 million tons per year, leading towards a 6 million tons. Sewage sludge, the department has passed regulations in terms of moisture content or classification in terms of waste, in terms of what then gets no longer regarded to be or is allowed to be landfill. So this then opens up in more opportunities for various forms of technology to treatment of sewage sludge. We know now that currently the sewage sludge is being blended and being discarded. Some agricultural farms are exploring this, and they are using some sewage sludge for their crops. The fifth initiative was looking at zero meat waste production that goes to landfill. So this is also encouraging treatment of meat waste. And the municipal, initially there was the ambition of introducing of a e-waste levy to increase collection, which has now been then translated into our EPR or EPR regulations in terms of dealing with industry, electrical and electric, which are these things that we would like to be led by industry, as well as unlocking the government ICT legacy volumes. So we're doing various interventions now to begin to do volumetrics around what is available and what then could be discarded. There are security issues and risks that have been identified, but we are maneuvering through those with the different partners within government. Achieving minimum of 50% household waste separation at source by 2023, which is one of the critical one, for us to achieve a number of the initiatives that we're implementing, separation at source by 2023. So we've begun work with the metros. We're now going to move further to the districts and the local municipality by enabling them through developing a best practice bylaws, which they could adopt and be able to implement. Obviously, bylaws come with also, the compliance and policing input into that. And then material recovery facilities, where we are looking into introduction of material recovery facilities and pelletization of plants to increase plastic recycling. The focus at that time was on, for example, plastic, and be able to then grow the sector in terms of various forms of plastic and reuse of various forms of plastic. Initiative 10 looked at building aggregates and construction inputs into from rubble and glass. So this is construction and demolition waste of various buildings that could be then optimized and utilized throughout, for example, various construction projects and roads as well. So currently, we're having a engagement with the sector. There is buy-in. We now just have to formalize in terms of tightening the standards, as well as introducing of clause in our permits and licenses that then pushes contractors on the ground to utilize as much as possible of building rubble that they recover. Workstream 4 looked at design and waste minimization, so developing capacity through specialized program where we are trying to upskill the agri sector or our stakeholders in the agricultural sector to minimize food losses, because in our determination, this is where majority of the food losses happen during the primary and partly in the secondary stage of the food production. Consumer awareness around campaign around ugly food. So there was the perception at that time that the reason why people wouldn't want to consume or regard food as being good enough for consumption was that it looked ugly, disformed, and so forth. So at that time, but we've now reframed that in terms of food awareness across. So it's not necessarily so the utilization. We've now enhanced our efforts with social development in terms of food donation, as well as the retailers to increase food donation in terms of reuse of some of those that are not regarded as being palatable for various forms of food product. This includes, for animal feed as well. Compilation of update or compilation of an packaging design and guideline. So in this initiative, we needed to then develop a packaging or design guideline. But through implementation with industry, we realized that there is a good practice guideline out there. So the department has therefore adopted this, and it's going to be implemented widely in terms of being a national packaging and design guideline. And then the formalization of the packaging industry producer responsibility plan. At that time, the focus was on section 28. There was then a discussion and inputs, and then the views to work around section 18 of the Waste Act and having the EPR regulations. Refuse-derived fuel plants across South Africa. I'll give detail as a slide around where we are in terms of this. It's been one of the long-standing issues, because here you're dealing with a problematic waste stream that also talks to society and human dignity as well. Under chemicals, it's the refrigerant gas reclamation and reuse of reusable cylinder industry, in increasing a local-based industry in terms of this. The ban import of harmful chemicals such as leaded paint as well as paint pigments. Then the one that looked at, for example, that we've now subsequently dropped due to other processes was around asbestos and mercury, around the stockpiles, disposal of those stockpiles of harmful substances. And then the cross-cutting ones are the then enablers, where we're trying to coordinate and develop opportunities for SMMEs across these initiatives, as well as roll out of a national awareness campaign. The initial uptake was the Good Green Deeds, which have now subsequently also broken down into various on-the-ground programs that we're implementing that are still linked to the the founding principles of what Good Green Deeds was meant to achieve. Next slide. Next slide. This is just talking to the specific initiatives. On this one, where we looked at from initiative 1 to 3, which looks at the uptake around brick making and roads, as well as the building markets, where the industry has been kind of assisting us in terms of adopting and accepting the various requirements and the standards around alternative building material. It's been slow, but we are certainly making progress. Through this initiative, we were meant to create a majority of the jobs, which was 24,000 of those jobs were meant to come from this industry, because we've got a domino effect once you start setting up in terms of the uptake of these various material. Innovation around the R&D, soil ameliorant, we're also aiming to achieve one of the indicators or the forecast was to achieve 1,000 jobs from these initiatives around the utilization of various forms of waste into a soil ameliorant or a manure, good manure, locally based, locally manufactured manure for South Africa. AMD as well as ash export, we're looking at about plus or minus, because the logistics component were meant to complement each other. As you would imagine, the biggest, for example, logistic component at that point in time, or that we're currently encouraging, is rail utilization of rail, and really getting the volumes from the stockpiles that are there in the power stations to the areas where it's much needed. Like, for example, where we can begin to commence and increase the export of ash. Zero waste, towards zero waste sludge to landfill by 2023. That looked at an average or estimated 29 jobs that were meant to be created. But through our analysis, we realized that there are other opportunities that could be created, particularly if now you have a production sector in terms of producing the different forms of manure, for example, utilizing of sewage sludge as well. 0 meters way to landfill. When we did an analysis with the industry, was that we could generate an estimated 890 jobs. But currently, we realize some of these jobs are jobs that are already existing, and some of them could then be transferred in terms of the production aspects of the meat sector. And in total, from these initiatives, we were meant to create about 28,000 direct jobs and divert 15.5 million tons of waste, which is the impact on the environment. Next slide. I mean, from what we've determined from Eskom alone is that there is more than enough ash, for example, to supply our local beneficiation options as well as export. So there's a contribution that Sasol and SAPI has, but it's smaller than what Eskom could currently, for example, provide in terms of the million tons in terms of ash. So at that point in time, we saw obviously the first initiatives in terms of brick making, paving, blocks to be the highest contribution in terms of jobs because of the various alternative building material that are currently being manufactured and could increase that, such as material that is made from gypsum as well as ash. The target there was we're targeting 30% of opportunities for women and 70% for youth in terms of the impact being able to maximize through demand and creation of various opportunities around housing, taking advantage of the current housing crisis for building opportunities as well as pavement of streets or paving of streets. AMD was seen as a key project to solve the current environmental problem around AMD and backfilling. So where the utilization of ash in direct mine, starting from the three demonstration sites that were set up as pilots, and the use of technology to basically increase or scale up the opportunities that are available for mine backfilling, as well as a new product that could be created for the agricultural sector. The export of fly ash was seen as a contributor in terms of GDP and increasing our trade balance, where we were increasing in terms of US dollars from 35 to 55 US dollars per ton, which when we did our investigations globally, was that our uptake, or our price is slightly a bit higher because of the logistics costs that are associated with it. And hence, we have a thriving, for example, cement industry in South Africa in terms of they are basically taking a large number of the ash than our export, because locally we sell it at a very good price. I mean, it's really cheap what they're getting it from the ash off takers. So we view that the export market can still benefit from some of the ash that is currently available, because Eskom has the largest sink due to the power plants and the uptake in terms of coal that they're currently using in terms of ash. Next slide. At our initial planned output in terms of these activities around the 3-feet plan, because the initiatives come up with a 3-feet plan, which is time-bound, and identify who, what, by when must then undertake the work. When we started with, obviously, the working groups, which we need to establish, but we decided to partner with the South African Coal Ash Association because of it was a current existing structure running with its membership. We then decided to become part of that, the working groups, to then influence the thinking and be able to, mainstream the Phakisa activities into their day-to-day work, besides just having a working group that oversees and comes up with recommendation. We also then were to create enabling legislative environment, which we did through the exclusions. The further research that we then supported through University of Pretoria, the work that they did on soil amelioration, which we now have pipeline into 2 potential pilots, one in Ekurhuleni and one in Emalahleni in Mpumalanga. And then the feasibility studies have been done on the ash export as well. So this is the work that is now sitting with the Presidential Coordinating Committee, where we're now trying to get, we're having challenges in terms of the Ports Authority as well as Transnet. So this is an area of work where, we're trying to unlock, but now we're using the Presidential Coordinating Committee to assist us to unlock the logistics challenges that we currently have. We've gathered information. We've now done it for all provinces, rather, in terms of meat waste. We now want to launch the national database where all meat waste, or all those producing meat waste, can now register how much volumes they're generating, so that we're able to know where the waste is coming from and how we could then interlink it with those that have the technology and the willingness to uptake this form of waste. And there's also the norms and standard for composting, which we've passed. What we've achieved is that we now, obviously, in collaboration with SACA, assisting some of the off-takers in terms of getting them to a state where they are operational. There's 48 sites that have been excluded from Section 74 of NEMA. 94 of those SMMEs, for example, have been supported. We've got about 18 off-takers that have been approved, and then 64 off-takers for SASO, and then 12 for SAPI. I've mentioned the work with AgriMintech, which has been conducted for the pilot studies. The viability has been finalized in terms of Transnet. We now need to make inroads in terms of getting the infrastructure and the logistics ready for us to increase ash export. The database has been developed, and norms and standards have spoken to that. I'm not going to really dwell much on the challenges, because some of the challenges we've overcome. But where we are in terms of corrective measures of some of the challenges, we've reviewed our timelines, because we became a late start in terms of our Phakisa, in terms of now trying to align with the government priorities and the targets around jobs and GDP and diversion. There's been obviously various reviews and amendments to our regulations that enable exclusions of for applications or use of waste, particularly ash gypsum as well as slag. We obviously need improvements. We're obviously improving with the coordination with SACA, but now we're also adopting the informal coordinating structures, which is the forums that are meant to assist the ash uptake in the various sites that have been approved by ESCOM for a period of 10 years. Next slide. Our stakeholders still remains, for example, SACA, which is an umbrella association for ash producers, marketers, and users. We also have research institutions in our working groups, where we're really promoting responsible utilization of ash. SACA's role is aligned to what we're trying to do now in terms of growing and assisting with business development for the benefit of our economy, and ensuring that the risk matrices that are required, there's compliance in terms of that. We see the association as an enabler. It plays a supporting role. The workers of the association is voluntary, and sometimes this limits participation and involvement in terms of solving some of the challenges of the sector, such as the one that I'm mentioning, that it now becomes a government issue around to unlock the logistic challenges we have around ash exportation. We also have the Aggregate and Sand Producers Association, as well as the Ash Users Forum, which we've adopted. These obviously are looking in terms of region as well as provinces, where they are now trying to establish themselves and implement, some of the outputs, which is some utilization of ash. There is room for improvement on other engagements that we're having. We're trying to get industry to also assist us with the coordination of these activities. We have the support of our colleagues from TTIC and Small Business Department, who we've been engaging and are engaging to support waste pickers as well from the packaging point of view, and obviously having close collaboration on the implementation of various cross-cutting initiatives that are seen to capacitate SMMEs and respond actively to assist in terms of the offtake, particularly also looking in terms of the ash generators, or assisting the ash off-takers. Next slide. These are the details of the ash off-takers. As part of supplementary, we will then submit their provincial footprint of where they are, Chair and honorable members. Next slide. These are our recycling enterprise support program. We've got 24 that we've supported over the period of 3 years now. And this is where they are located. You would also know that majority of them are in Gauteng, and some from the Northwest have moved to Gauteng. Under municipal, next slide. Under municipal, so the initiative, when you see initiative 1A and B, it's actually a sub of the work stream. But what we normally talk to them holistically is initiative 6 and 7, where it was initially the introduction of an e-waste levy to increase collection rates, as well as an enabler to unlock the government legacy volumes that needed to be recycled. So we needed to utilize this as a facilitation or transformation objective around the growth of the sector in existing, for example, recycling. So meaning that we wanted to basically move from cradle to cradle recyclers up to a point where we're introducing informal waste pickers rather, and entrepreneurs, into growing them into part 1 dismantlers, up to a basically cradle to cradle recycler, meaning the full value chain, covering the full value chain with the processors. So the basically highlights of where we could be in terms of the transformation target of 80%, where initially we had seen we were going to create companies more than anything else, so SMMEs and entrepreneurs that could come in as a point where at the collection point they could be provided with tricycles or that have bins for this kind of waste and can handle this kind of waste. The transport infrastructure that could be subsidized in order to increase, for example, processing from dismantle to processing rather, and introduce an incubation program of new black industrialists. And here we have partners with our colleagues at DTIC and Samsung to begin to identify a north and south black industrialist processor of electrical and electronic equipment. And then this comes also with enterprise support and development. Technological input doesn't stop, where the current guys who are then exploring in terms of being processors could look at in terms of beneficiation of precious metals. And this could also create another link of new black industrialists that are specializing in the precious metals. So those are the two initiatives where we're looking in terms of the value proposition of what is existing and what we can then utilize. But subsequently, we've now moved on to Section 18 in terms of the EPR schemes, which we've seen as a bigger enabler because these are going to be industry-led initiatives. Separation at source, where largely the production of waste by provinces versus what is separated is still very low. As much as we do a lot of education and awareness programs, but we also need to then introduce some form of incentives for municipalities, because municipalities are largely focused on, for example, collection to landfill. That's the traditional way in which they've been doing things, and some are still doing it in that manner. But separation at source, for it to happen, you need to start with the resources, which is the different kind of bags which in some metros it's being implemented and it's working. I mean, the clear bag for dry recyclables, green bag for wet organic matter, and then the general waste, which is the non-recyclable, or what we was partly part of the general waste system. Here, okay, next slide. Under the municipal waste stream, I'll focus on what we have achieved in terms of to date. We've moved from Section 28 to Section 18 and published the regulations and have the three notices in terms of Section 18. Equipment manufacturers and producers have registered. We've got currently 123 producers and 5 product responsibility organizations, 46 producers and 3 PROs for lighting. I think the first one is for packaging. We also have the 2 black industries that have been supported through Samsung. These 2 are Matangoni Group, it's in Gauteng, it's a black male owned. Ilanga Waste in KZN, it's a black woman owned. We also not then holding back in terms of the development and approvals of our IWMP. So this is work in progress. And I think in last week's briefing, we did provide the table of which of the municipal provinces have approved IWMPs. Under municipal, still under municipal, sorry, I would focus on the Initiative 9, which looks at the material recovery facilities linked to construction and demolition waste recycling. We've achieved the activities we've achieved. We've supported the 24, sorry for that. It's actually 24, it's 23, but the one has subsequently was focusing on developing a product, which is the bags, the lighting bags for school children, the light that they put on their backpacks for school children. Hence, we have 23 material recovery facilities we've supported. And the one was not necessarily a facility, but more like a technological, an investment that we made on the technology as a department. Green procurement strategy is currently in progress for construction and demolition waste. We also have ongoing programs for buyback center transfer station across the country. We're also now including the revitalization of non-operational buyback center to get them to a state of operation. And then just to touch on the roles of product responsibility organization, I think this is something that the department is obviously discussing with industry, and it's ongoing, where they need to develop and maintain a system of how they collect the fees. They need to conduct biannual audits and make those audits available to the department at any point in time. They must make an internal biannual audit report available to any form of external auditing. They need to have a financial auditor that does their annual statements. Conduct an external audit for all financial record. This must then be included and audited in terms of the findings against the original report that could have been done by an external auditor. Submit this annual to the department within 60 days of the finalization of that audit. And then those audit report must be available in our South African waste information system for public consumption. We need to develop a register of its members and the events that the scheme has 2 or more, in event where the scheme has 2 or more members. Then to collect, record, manage, and submit the data. For now, it's annually, and there is a negotiation to preliminarily submit it for biannually. They must also, by agreement of the board, or the contract with the existing downstream value chain before any form of outsourcing. Contract for collection, recycling, and recovery of those identified products. If there's an element of outsourcing, it needs to be through a fair and transparent process. Then to keep records of the quantities of products that have placed in the market by their members, what is collected, what is sorted, and what is recycled as well as recovered. They need to manage the services or what has been awarded to the various service providers, in particular services that include the fulfillment of a collection and recycling by the waste management companies that would have contracted with. They need to cooperate with all municipalities for within a 3-year implementation period of their scheme, and to increase the recovery of identified product from a municipal waste stream. Integrate waste pickers or informal waste collectors, reclaimers, pickers, into the post-consumer collection value chain, develop and establish secondary markets for those recycled content. Next slide. The PROs must also utilize the existing infrastructure across the schemes in a collaborative manner where feasible, or establish and operate new infrastructure within a period with 3 years after completion of their initial feasibility study, where this must be undertaken within a implementation horizon of 2 years of the setup or establishment of the scheme that identifies the need or may identify the need for additional infrastructure. They need to compensate waste collectors, reclaimers, or pickers who register in the national database for collection services and environmental benefits through the collection fee by November 2022. A majority of them have complied. The collection of the service fee and national registration database shall be reviewed annually by the department. They need to implement transformation within their entities whom they contract with. Special focus should be on women, youth, person living with disabilities, as well as prioritize the promotion of small businesses and entrepreneurs with a special focus of women, youth, and person living with disabilities. Where we are currently in terms of our pilot and electrical and electronic waste, we've currently between 2019 and now, the slowdown obviously due to COVID, we were not active as much. We've collected 176 kg. This was still a pilot, and we're doing awareness raising across our colleagues in other departments. We've written letters with the approval of the Director General in order to request implementation of this program in various government departments. We're now moving to SOEs as well as provincial departments. Letters have gone out. We now initiated a process with Gauteng government through eGov, where we've now developed a framework document and step-to-step guide that they can utilize in terms of how they separate the electronic equipment, which bin does it go into, and so forth. We're also working with SANDF and gathering data because of the nature of their business. They approach the department actually to say they've got all this waste. Sometimes they're not contracted to anyone. They don't know how to handle this waste. So for us to effectively, so it is viable, we can then run a full-on program. We needed to do some form of data gathering. So we've done for the Western Cape SNDF sites, as well as we're now going to follow with Northern Cape. So we've done the 2 provinces currently. The second last one is on recycling of packaging, which will be increasing by rethinking of design and formalization of the EPR mechanism. Obviously, the objective is to increase the recyclability of all packaging forms of waste and increase the use of packaging waste. So, for example, from cradle to cradle, meaning that from production into the markets, back into the production, majority of it, what could be regarded as reused and recycled. Initially, as part of this initiative, we need to develop the guideline which we've adopted now, and it's already, for example, part of the norms and standards. We obviously accelerating the adoption of the guideline and increasing collaboration with brand owners, design, and those that are recycling in terms of this. But what comes with this, what we need to have also a green grading certification scheme as an incentive, which we are targeting to then partner and launch with industry. EPR, in terms of Section 18, we've obviously identified the products which apply to this form of regulation, the measures for each product, and the category in terms of the persons who can be regarded or identified to be the implementer, and then the regulatory tool and the M&E mechanisms that we need to deal with the free riders. Next slide. The one on one of our problematic waste streams is the establishment of refuse-derived fuel plants, for example, to deal with the rapidly, landfills that are running out of space, and where we're now having to deal with various forms of problematic waste. So the RDF plant are seen to then be able to process the solid waste, which is the absorbent hygienic products, which we could then generate additional revenue from gate fees, from brand owners as well, in terms of the pre-consumer and the RDF sales that are made to industry. Example of that is cement kilns, but currently cement kilns are only taking the clean waste, not the dirty waste. So we also have not solved the problem. So we still have to invest in more a new form of technology, which is the refuse-derived fuel plants. These plants have, the study has been done and finalized. There's a feasibility and business cases which has identified preliminary 8 sites, 4 sites to be seen as a high potential, because we'd like to also locate these plants closer to landfills. That's where the dirty waste is likely to end or fit into the value chain, where we're able to then lock this type of waste and be able to then make the RDF plants viable by attracting those volumes. Current challenge is our collection system, which the study also comes out strongly to then say that we need to then improve our collection system, introduce incentives as well because of this problematic waste stream. You know, the numbers in terms of us being able to create the jobs as well as the environmental inputs are quite a huge, but it's one of those long-term investments that, you know, takes a bit of time for any form of investor to realize but these are predominantly what we're trying to attract investment on. Next slide. On minimization, what we've achieved, we have the packaging guideline. We currently, we have the food waste guideline that has been launched. And we also have partnership in terms of the voluntary agreement that we have with industry players together with the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. The regulations are in place in terms of all the packaging waste that is linked to this form of waste streams. The feasibility study for the plants have been finalized, and now we are trying to address this problematic waste stream. We have a working group that has been established that is going to assist us in terms of securing funding for the food waste platforms. We're also now obviously implementing the Section 18 EPR, but for, okay. And then the formalization of the EPR regulations around the scheme or around, for example, paper and packaging, that has been obviously published for implementation. It ensures the effective and efficient management of identified end-of-life products. This also includes plastic products. These are printed and unprinted plastic packaging. So those are the list of types of packaging material, largely plastic. Next slide. Okay, where we are with the RDF, where we are with the RDFs currently is that the 5 sites, potential sites have been identified, which are closer to the source of where the problem, waste has been recorded. So we're now currently exploring in terms of obtaining funding or investment to establish the 5 pilot RDFs, refuse-derived fuel plants for South Africa, because we have the business case. In some instances, it is highly viable, but in some instances, it's not because the issue becomes the volumes of waste that is required to run such a plant. On our roadmap or implementation timeline in partial closing is that we've started with our Operation Phakisa program, which was seen to roll out and fast track the NDP targets by 2030. The lab process was then undertaken in 2017. We implementing this through our partners as well as the branch from 2018 to date. The delivery unit was established between January and August. We've realigned in July of 2019, as much as the launch was done by the president in 2019, we then had various engagements and various concerns from industry, which we needed to revise. We've now undertaken a midterm review, which was done between May and October in terms of our realignment and the targets. We're now commencing the development of our waste economy master plan. Last slide. In our recommendation to the committee and honorable members is that to note our ambition to develop the waste economy master plan, which is underway. This is to renew buy-in and commitment from stakeholders on waste-related delivery around the GDP contribution that was initially agreed to, the jobs, as well as the targets on waste diversion. To also support the collective approach in minimizing the negative environmental impacts associated with waste generation by avoiding as well as reusing, recycling, and promotion of green industry for the uptake of recyclates. And to also note the innovation potential in improving social-economic conditions while our contribution towards sustainable development and the elements of capital raising initiatives that we're currently running with the SIDS office or SIDS partnership, the infrastructure funding colleagues at the Public Works and Infrastructure. Thanks, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zwane. Colleagues, do we break for lunch now, or we can take the remaining one, that is the biodiversity economy? I think we can do that. Then we can break for lunch. And then, sure. Honorable
Chairperson. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairperson. I did indicate that I have to join a Financial Management of Parliament meeting that starts at 12:30. But I wonder if I can just put in a few questions now and I can read them in the minutes. Will you allow me that?
Let me give you that benefit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just that I sit on too many committees, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you for your indulgence. Just with regard to this last presentation by Mr. Zwane, clan name Mangeta, I just get a feeling that this is a high-level presentation of what the entire department is doing. I mean, we had a whole day on waste management. And I don't know if the directorates are talking to this directorate and what the relationship is, but perhaps, I'll read in the minutes the answers. What is the relationship?
Moisa, can you remove the presentation in the meantime on the screen? Sorry, Honorable Singh, to interject you.
Yeah, it just seems like we're getting this from two different departments. I don't know. One high level and then waste management, and are they talking to each other? And but perhaps that question can be answered. Some specific questions very quickly, Honorable Chairperson, is when we had some big figures presented to us today by Ms. Figizolo, where she spoke about in 2010, 54 billion
Mr.
rand.
Figizolo. It's a Mr. Or you mean Miss? The other lady.
Lady, yes.
Mr.
Earlier.
The lady.
Yeah.
I think.
She
what's
spoke
her
about
name
it.
again? Mbono. Mbono, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the lady.
Yes, she spoke about 2010 oceans potential contribution, 54 billion. And then 2033, 177 billion. Now, 2033 is 11 years from now. I'd like to know, perhaps in writing, how is this going to be achieved? Are there programs? Is there monitoring and evaluation? It's good to throw big numbers at us, but how is it going to be achieved? Second question that they can answer is the question of the old Durban airport site. That was meant to be part of harbour development and port development, but at the moment, motor vehicles are parked there. And Transnet bought that more than 10 years ago. What is the plan, short to medium term plan on that being developed as a port, because it was bought for that particular purpose? Then we've heard about the Hibadeen development. For 20 years now, I've heard about on the south coast where I come from. Also a port, small port. Where are we with that one? It's supposed to be a small harbor. And my other question, second last, is this, Honorable Chairperson. She mentioned scientific and seismic surveys as part of investments, 41 of 153 billion. I think it was slide 34. You can go back to it. Now, what investment is that? Does government get any money when these companies come and do these surveys there? Because I'm worried about how you can translate that into rands and cents when you say scientific and seismic surveys. And my very last question relates to the seafarers. It's very good that they've got this linkages with universities, CPUT, DUT, etc. But with all the strikes taking place at universities and things like that, how effective is this program? And what has happened to these 140 qualified seafarers? Because she said there were 140 qualified seafarers. Where are they? What has happened to them? And the very last question is the condition of our vessels. She spoke at length about the vessels that we have. What is the condition of these vessels? Are they being used optimally? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. I was still asking, we can take the last one so that when we come back from the lunch hour, then we can just deal with question and answer session. It's a Friday, we need to knock off early, I suppose. Yes, then we'll make sure that your questions get responded to, Honorable Singh, as you are going to the next meeting. I still believe when you are meeting against the other side, you can still come back and join us. Thank you so much. Can we then get can we get the last presentation so that we can get it and then
DDG Mokholwa, through your chair, is doing the presentation.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks, Minister. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this presentation is to note the supplementary notes to the verbal responses given at the Portfolio Committee meeting on the 7th of December. Next slide, please. This slide starts to provide with an overview of how mega diverse South Africa is, and also representation of some of the reptiles, plants, and marine resources that we are having, and also to indicate that there is recognition of indigenous knowledge within the biodiversity sector. Next slide, please. Just in terms of the biodiversity economy contribution to the South African economy, is that in 2018, the hunting industry contributed 13.6 billion to the GDP at an average of 250,000 per foreign hunter and 58,000 per domestic hunter during the hunting season. And this is in terms of the research that was done in 2017 by the University of Northwest. And that excluding water ecosystems, the biodiversity economy contributes 47 billion annually in terms of provisioning services that support the livelihoods of South African rural inhabitants. That's another research done in 2017. And that currently the biodiversity economy contributes 4% to the country's GDP. And the graphics just does to give you a proportion of the number of jobs within the sector, in total 418,000, and the various contribution from different sectors of the biodiversity economy, and to indicate that for each biodiversity economy job that is contribution, there's about 5 jobs also that relate to the sector. And the graphic on the right-hand side then starts to indicate the sector's contribution in relation to other sectors of the economy, indicating that manufacturing is the highest and that biodiversity sector is almost close to what the mining sector contributes in terms of jobs. Next slide, please. Then going to the questions that the Portfolio Committee that they placed on us at the meeting of the 7th of December, and the responses that we provided. The first question related to how much hunting revenues filters to local committees and also the collective reach. So the total value that communities accrue from hunting cannot be determined due to lack of research within the sector. We are, however, prioritizing transformation to increase meaningful participation of previously disadvantaged communities and individuals. Just to give an example, we do have a national framework on game donation, which act as a national guidelines for management authorities to review their respective policies in line with their legislative mandates. And that the donation that was undertaken by SANParks, which was one of the questions during the International Day of Biological Diversity that was presided over by the Minister on 22 May 2021 at Apamo Boundary in the Northwest. It was a demonstration of government's commitment to developing the wildlife economy as part of the transformation obligations within the sector. We also have examples such as the Chivula Community Property Association. They own 3 hunting farms in Limpopo, and demonstrating that private, government, and community partnerships on hunting can contribute to sustainable communities. The Chivula CPA with Ndou safaris, main revenue it comes from trophy hunting, and about 90% of hunters that are visiting Ndou safaris are international tourists from Europe, America, and Asia. And those safaris in its current form has 40 employees, permanent employees, and 110 temporary workers, and generated turnover of about 12 million per annum. In 2018, as indicated, the figures given earlier, the industry contributed 13.8 billion to the GDP. Next slide, please. Continue with the question. In respect of access to land, it remains a challenge, and also in respect of infrastructure development. And this obviously continues to hamper PDIs and communities from participating meaningfully in the sector. So the game donation obviously has been in place to address the challenge of access to game. And through this game, the management authorities and SANParks, they donate loan excess surplus game to qualifying PDIs and communities. And further to this is that through the EPIP, we support infrastructure for new entrants. And also we provide accredited and non-accredited training to new entrants, and also SMME enterprise development. Next question relates to the loan program for APAMO. Even though it's been responded to, just to emphasize the point that Mr. Mulevatsi was approved to receive 14 zebras, 12 red hartebeest, 10 Gemsbok, 5 eland, and 4 giraffe, and that the farm that he is occupying is government land that was received through the land reform process that was implemented by DALRAD, and that he has previously reported to us that he has 4 employees from local communities. Thank you. Next slide. Then just to indicate the empowerment aspect in terms of demographics, youth and women. Within the sector, obviously, our bias is towards supporting PDIs and communities in the form of funding for infrastructure support and development, as well as capacity development and training to beneficiaries. And the charts below then starts to show the targeted individuals in capacity development programs which respond to empowerment aspect of the biodiversity economy, just to indicate that just over 50% is largely Black people. And on the second pie chart to indicate the proportion between women and youth, and the last pie chart, and therefore to indicate the empowerment according to the age in the bioprospecting sector. Next slide, please. Then the next question related to whether wild animals are slaughtered in approved abattoir facilities, and to confirm that yes, they are slaughtered in approved abattoirs in terms of the Meat Safety Act regulated by DALRAD, and the Act provides for regulations of slaughter of animals for human and animal consumption, and it prohibits the selling of meat that has not been inspected, approved, and slaughtered in an approved facility, such as an abattoir, and therefore, by implication, game meat available in the local market, both as raw and processed, that has not been inspected, approved, and slaughtered in a registered abattoir, is deemed illegal because it can pose a risk to human health. And in terms of Section 11.3E of the Act, it states that game animals will be exempted from portion of the provisions of Section 11.1.1 of the Act once the regulations are promulgated. So DALRAD is in the process of promulgating regulations specifically directed towards game meat. And that section also states that no dead animal or animal suffering from condition that may render the meat unsafe for human and animal consumption may be presented in an abattoir for slaughter. So given difficulties involved in slaughtering game in an abattoir and also operations involving in hunting, the DALRAD, who are custodians of the Meat Safety Act, have developed the game regulations, game meat regulations, which are yet to be promulgated. And the regulations, the draft in their current form, they give direction in terms of processes to be followed from field operations and abattoir operations for game meat, which will be consumed by human beings. So it is anticipated that once promulgated, the regulations will increase compliance and meat safety to ensure the integrity of game meat available in the market. Then the next slide relates to whether it is inspected by an approved inspector. Currently, the game meat process and sale activity must comply with provisions of the Act, and the regulations requirements for ante-mortem and harvesting inspections are that a trained person or registered inspector must be present at harvesting to perform visual appraisal of the live game animal at the time of harvesting to ensure that no animal showing signs of injury or disease is harvested for human consumption. And they should also verify proper shooting, bleeding times, hygienic harvesting and transport procedures, and identifying abdominal conditions in the live animal and alert the inspector at the depot or abattoir. The DFFE, in partnership with the industry, have developed the National Game Meat Strategy, which is being considered by intergovernmental structures and hopefully will go through Parliament, Cabinet and Parliament for release for public comment. Next slide, please. Then regarding the waste after slaughtering, the waste arising from shooting, slaughtering of game animals, it is handled in terms of prescribed environmental health and safety standard and meat safety protocols and legislation in line with the Meat Safety Act. And then regarding the issue of traditional authorities being used and whether the end users are benefiting, our role as a department is to provide transactional advisory services to ensure that communities and traditional leaders negotiate and enter into contracts that will see fair and equitable benefit sharing accruing from biodiversity-based businesses and enterprises. And therefore, our role is to then to facilitate. Next slide. Where and how traditional practitioners get involved with regard to plants is that they are involved in the cultivation, harvesting, and the use of plants as key users of traditional indigenous plant, and their wealth of knowledge is invaluable to the country to further research and ultimately produce to manufacture natural ingredients products. We are currently concluding an MOU with the traditional health practitioners and also to indicate that they are part of the National Bioprospecting Forum, which is established by DFFE, comprising of other government departments such as health and agriculture and communities and public entities and research institutions. Then regarding the protection of their indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, just to indicate, this is covered in terms of NEMBA. And that the current number does not favor any specific grouping when it relates to communities that hold traditional knowledge. It recognizes an individual in this particular case. Next slide, please. Then further to that, to indicate that Section 82 of NEMBA protects the interests of certain stakeholders before the permit is issued. We process a number of access and benefit sharing agreements for the use of plants. And Section 82 states that a person, including any organ of state or community, providing or giving access to the indigenous biological resources to which the application relates to, an indigenous community or whose traditional uses of the indigenous biological resources to which the application relates have initiated or will contribute to or form part of the proposed bioprospecting or whose knowledge of or discoveries about the indigenous biological resources to which the application relates are to be used for the proposed bioprospecting. Further, that traditional practitioners are covered under the indigenous communities, and therefore their rights are protected through conclusion of the benefit sharing agreements, which are approved by the minister. And only if they hold traditional knowledge associated with specific indigenous biological resources, which is going to be used for bioprospecting or biotrade purposes. Next slide, please. Then regarding working with the Department of Health, I've also highlighted a bit in respect of that, is that health interacts with traditional health practitioners on various levels with DFFE, and they are a member of our biodiversity advisory committees, and they've also been included in various clusters of the coordinating network, which is known as BioPansa, Biodiversity Advancement Network of South Africa. And BioPansa essentially coordinates partnerships to enhance development and socio-economic growth in the biotrade and bioprospecting sector. And furthermore, that the Department of Health is part of the stakeholders and will be involved in wildlife sector, as well as through the game meat strategy initiative already underway. Regarding food inspection by the Department of Health, and whether they're involved in game meat processing. So as a product that will be consumed by human beings, game meat production and sale must comply with all national, provincial legislation governing food safety control, which are the competency of the Department of Agriculture, and also that the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition and Department of Health, including the Consumer Protection Act, that monitor the consumer market. They also investigate alleged prohibited conduct and offenses and enforce the compliance notices. Next slide, please. Then regarding the locations of projects presented, members will recall that in our responses, we had provided a table, including also indicating the location of some of the projects. These are projects from the EPIP funded on the wildlife, prospecting and people and parks or ecotourism. And then they are at various stages of planning, and beneficiaries of such projects have received approved letters for their projects in the 2019, and professional engineers to design specifications for contractors that have been approved for at least 40 projects. Then the projects highlighted in the presentation that we provided at the previous meeting, they are in design phases and they're in stage 4 of planning, and will have contractors appointed in the next financial year. Then from 2014 to 2017 funding cycle, we implemented a few pilot projects, just to name a few. Mayibuye in KZN, Sepelong in Free State, Double Drift in Eastern Cape, Lishiba and Balepie in Limpopo. Next slide, please. Then regarding our contribution to the BioPansa platform, to indicate that the contribution to the National Ingredient Product Program Fund of BioPansa is due, and the DFF is already undertaking all the necessary steps towards fulfilling its commitment contribution to this initiative to ensure the continued growth of the sector and biotrade economy sector. And we have mobilized donor fund towards the sector through the GEF, the Global Environment Facility of $6.2 million, and the Secretariat for Economic Affairs of about 6.6 million rands, specifically to support SMMEs. And the GTIC, at the time that they contributed, this was before the establishment of the fund, and they contributed 50 million to the NIP through the IDC, and additionally they've committed to a further 50 million over a period of 3 years, and the transfer of funds is in progress. Then relating to the impact that the Economy Phakisa has had on wildlife plants and the number of businesses around biodiversity economy, I apologize for the outside noise. Whether we have not been already doing biodiversity, so how can we know the impact of the biodiversity operation from what we were already doing? Just to indicate that the Phakisa is designed to address 3 key fundamental imperatives. Firstly, to make a contribution to economic development, transformation, conservation, and sustainability. And we envisage, because the sector then provides jobs, this provides a cushion against the crimes such as illegal wildlife or bioprospective harvesting. And therefore, we hope that this creates meaningful opportunities for participants. Next slide, please. Then regarding the monitoring powers and autonomy of the game meat donated, just to indicate that due to the concurrent nature between province and national, and the empowering legislation for the respective management authorities, they are responsible for monitoring their activities. And national legislation has empowering provisions to the minister on issues pertaining to her mandates, and that game donation therefore follows the mandates of the respective management authorities, including accountability and monitoring thereof. Next slide. Regarding the industries represented in the Wildlife Forum, these consists of national departments, organs of states that are responsible for biodiversity-related matters, including at national and also the provincial management authorities. We also have a number of national associations, organizations, and entities in the wildlife industries, wildlife ranching, hunting association, falconry, association of zoos, game breeders association, and welfare organizations amongst, as the list below indicates. It's quite an extensive list. Next slide, please. Then regarding how many jobs are in the EPWP, whether they are sustainable, especially from the PES, the Presidential Economic Stimulus, as we know that this is temporary work opportunities to support livelihoods to distressed beneficiaries in response to the COVID pandemic and economic distress. To date, between the period October 2021 and January 2022, we've been able to provide 1,500 opportunities specifically targeted to the youth, and that program has come to an end at the end of January. And the next question in regards to hunting, where are all the animals coming from? Whether we are talking about captive bred animals, as parks right now are struggling. Just to confirm that hunting occurs on private land and also in community land that are authorized to do so, and in some of the provincial reserves. And it is governed by both national and provincial legislation with the associated norms and standards. And this, just to confirm that these animals are not coming from captive bred facilities. Next slide, please. What are the norms and standards in terms of ethical hunting and who monitors them? Because we have a concurrent function between national and province, norms and standards are developed, promulgated, and monitored by the respective management authorities in accordance with respective ordinances and legislation. And the wildlife industry also enforce the rules or codes of good practice to their members to comply with legislative provisions as well. On an ongoing basis, they do update us in respect of the conduct of the industry and provide us with regular report when we meet in the Wildlife Forum. And then regarding the high-level panel report in regards to hunting of leopard and whether the process in regard to hunting of the leopards, to indicate that hunting of leopards follows very strict regulatory regime processes. The scientific authority recommends hunting quotas per annum following a very thorough scientific assessment, which includes information submitted by the provincial authorities and the monitoring data of leopard population. Also to indicate that CITES also play an important global role in allocating the quotas based on scientific evidence from member states. Next slide, please. Then regarding the ongoing poaching of indigenous plants, in particular the succulents that are sent to the Far East, and whether there is a plan to cap this, just to confirm, yes, there is a plan to deal with the challenge, which includes working with law enforcement agencies to manage the ports of entry and exit, and similarly that provincial management authorities are tasked with the responsibilities of managing the species occurring in their areas of jurisdiction. And then regarding the norms and standards on hunting, I think that question has already been responded to. Next slide, please. Then I think this might be the second or the last question maybe. Regarding the SMEs, jobs, demographics on SMEs across all businesses. This has been presented in the pie charts as indicated earlier in the biodiversity economy presentation, in terms of the numbers that we are aware of, but we have not conducted broad research to determine the demographics within the wildlife sector. So there's still a long way to go in ascertaining the demographics in the projects, but the initial work done within the bioprospecting sector have been shared with you. Next slide, please. Then it is recommended that the portfolio committee note the supplementary notes to the verbal responses given for the meeting of the 7th of December. Thank you very much.
Flora, it's much appreciated. Colleagues, can we then break for lunch till 1:30? Then we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
of these jobs are temporary jobs. And also, Chairperson, on slide 35, she mentioned that there's 26 TVET colleges. And when she was presenting, she said that these colleges are mainly in KZN and Western Cape, which is quite shocking. Can she be specific in terms of which areas does this TVET college that she has mentioned? And also, is there any plan to introduce this maritime training in other provinces, especially those that are along the coast, for instance, in Eastern Cape? On slide 36, Chairperson, this intake of 30 learners, can they tell me the criteria that they use in terms of identifying these learners? And have they considered kids that are coming from disadvantaged areas? And lastly, on slide 37, where they mentioned that 4,598 people were trained in different skills programs. Can they also tell us whether they do trace these people that they have trained and check whether these people have been absorbed somewhere, they are working, or what the skills that they have acquired, are they using those skills to better their lives? Can they tell us whether they are traceable, so that we don't train people and then we leave them and with their skills? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Can I then allow Honorable Brian to ask the questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. A couple of the points have been covered by Honorable Gansha, but I'm just going to go through one or two of them. The first presentation, there was a lot of discussion again around offshore oil and gas and the jobs from that, particularly in the production phase. Do they have any estimate in terms of how many jobs they're intending to create and what type of jobs? And then also there was very little talk again of hydroelectric installations or offshore wind installations as part of Operation Phakisa, and it seems to be a glaring mission from plans to leverage clean energy off the coastal environment. In terms of the apprenticeships, they were well below target. I think that's another important thing to mention in terms of achieving what they wanted to achieve from the department side. But again, Honorable Gansha's point, how many of these were translated into full-time jobs? I think it's a very, very important point. We can train people, but how many of those people are actually being employed after that? Is there any way of tracking that? And then the lack of training berths, I found that particularly disturbing, that there was a goal of 720 officers and 1,200 ratings. How many were actually achieved? It doesn't seem like there was any indicator there. And how could the department set a target of 720 officers to be trained and 1,200 ratings, knowing that they didn't have enough berths in place? Or did they just not know that there were not enough berths available? And what is the department going to do to ensure that more berths are made available so that this training can take place? And then just one more point on seafarer training. An issue that's come up a number of times in terms of seafarer training is how expensive it is for a regular fisherman to get a skipper's license. I think it's around about 80,000 Rand. Is the department looking into ways to make that more affordable and accessible for local fishermen to get their skipper's licenses? And then just on the second presentation,
I agree with Honourable Singh wholeheartedly. I think the presentation we were given was a real sort of overview of a lot of different things within the department. But I think what we were looking for, from an oversight perspective, is what are the KPIs? What's been achieved? What are the targets? And how far along is the department in achieving those targets? I think that really is what we were looking for, more than a kind of very generic overview. I mean, incredibly detailed, but I think there was a lot of telling us, what they'd like to do. I think we want to know, how far along they are in the process and what they've managed to achieve. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. The next speaker is Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. I just have a few questions. Please just excuse if my connection goes. I'm in the middle of a heartfelt thunderstorm. On the oceans economy for slide 33, the jobs in 2010 were 316,000. How many jobs are there at present in 2022? Slide 37. In 2014, there was a 5-year plan which would take us to 2019. Is there a new plan that has been drafted? In slide 38, the tracking system that's referred to, is that tracking system operational? Slide 39, the satellite that's orbiting, that was sent up for the tracking, is it orbiting independently, or is it dependent on Russia? And then the waste presentation, slide 5. What is the planning stage? What is in the planning stage of what's being presented, and what is actually being done? And can we have some timelines with that? On slide 8, there is a statement that 50% of household separation at source is expected by 2023. How many households, or what percentage of households already has separation at source? And then slide 9, for treating the acid mine water with ash, is it already being done? And if so, where is it being done? And then for slide 17, which metros at the moment are using the different color bags for separation at source? Thank you so very much, Chair, and thank you to the presenters.
Thank you so much. Then one also want to join the colleagues in appreciating the details that the department has managed to present based on our concerns. And it's good that then we had to schedule this again so that we try to exhaust some of the issues, though we know we can't exhaust them. Then I want to also raise issues on waste Phakisa. And what comes to my mind, you will all recall what Mr. Mbata said to us when one look, last week Friday, when one looks at the key objectives of the Phakisa aspiration, one can't help recalling to mind Mr. Mbata's eloquent and passionate presentation that he made on behalf of the Waste Pickers Association. Then listening to what has been presented and reading it, then it appears as though those waste pickers led by Mr. Mbata, they are either by design or default doing the work that the department does, or the work that the department is intending to do, especially when it comes to the issue of beneficiation. And then what comes to mind then, one is of the view that this should naturally then make the department and the waste pickers allies, like they must be allies, the allies that work together. Then the question that comes based on that, does the department support some of the initiatives or activities of the Waste Pickers Association? And then if it's yes, then we'd like to know which activities are those and how are they supporting the Waste Pickers Association. Then looking to slide 7 of the presentation around the 20 initiatives identified across the 4 work stream. And then as the introduction of an e-waste levy to increase collection rates in terms of that item 6 been done? Or is it yet to be done? And then why then there is no time frame if it is yet to be done? And then one will want to further understand what is so difficult about setting a levy. Then also, what is the current percentage of households separating waste at the source? If you set a target of achieving a minimum 50% of households separating at source by 2023, then the question that one want to ask, what assurance do you have for achieving this target? And what is the department going to do differently from now up to 2023? And then the other issue that one want to understand on the same initiatives, what is this time frame for establishing refuse-derived fuel plants across South Africa? And then what kinds of fuel does the department envisage these plants to produce? Then you also intend to increase uptake of ash, gypsum, slag for brick making, roads and building markets. From how much to what amount do you intend to increase this uptake? Has the industry forum to promote alternative building materials been established? If not, the question that comes is whether we are serious about implementing these activities as outlined in slide 7 in the spirit of Operation Phakisa. That brings me back to the inception of the Phakisa, which means hurry up, and the application of this concept highlights government's agency to deliver. To us, Operation Phakisa plays a very critical role in accelerating the delivery of some of the development priorities, which in this instance relate to waste. Though Operation Phakisa government aims to implement priority programs better, faster, and more effectively, then the question that comes to you, DDGs and colleagues, are we really hurrying up in implementing the activities as outlined in slide 7 by Mr. Zwane? I believe that if we realistically implement Operation Phakisa in the waste sector, as we should, we wouldn't be complaining about the waste in South Africa as we do now. I mean, we're both here on Friday when we're listening to those metros. Then if this Phakisa on waste was implemented realistically, I should think we wouldn't be where we are. Then the other issue that one wants clarity on is as to what is the status of the waste economy master plan, which the committee is expected to note. When is the plan expected to be completed? If it's there, if not yet completed, if it's there, and then did the department also made public consultation on this master plan? I've tried to Google this plan. One couldn't get it in the public domain, but it's made reference is made to it throughout. Even last week we heard about it, and then one want to understand where is this document and when was this done, or is the consultation only limited to government and private sector? And then want to understand where is labor in this process. Then the other issue that one wanted to raise with regard to progress to date in implementing Operation Phakisa holistically. Then the issue here is whether the department can supply the committee with the document that then evaluates the progress made in the implementation of Operation Phakisa, the ocean economy from which you have also quoted those statistics or numbers. And then how regularly does the department or the partners, because we know Operation Phakisa is a government program, and their partners, how often do you then evaluate the impact of Operation Phakisa oceans economy? Because the issue here, colleagues, you both agree with me, unless we regularly evaluate the impact of our intervention, we will not know whether we are going or we are coming. We were both worried indeed about Operation Phakisa, as no one seemed to talk about tangible progress. So it will be key that we know how are these progresses are measured by the government as a whole, including all those sector departments and government entities that are all involved in the value chain. So on my part, those were the issues that one wanted to raise. I don't think I left any other person. We can hand over to the department for the responses.
Chair, thank you very much. And I'm sorry about the noise here. One has also got a very big storm that's taking place outside. I hope you can hear me. Chairperson,
So
by way of...
So you've got so much rain there.
Yes, and even hail. Chairperson, let me say first of all that what I think is very important is the issue that you raise on the master plans and how we are evaluating implementation. Because what one would understand about these three Phakisas is that essentially there is an attempt in the Phakisa strategy for the state to try and act as a facilitator, either in the case of the oceans economy amongst different departments and entities to support the development of a new sector of the economy. But at the end of the day, what one recognizes is that the key actors in the Phakisas has to be the private sector themselves. And having said that, I think the concern I faced when I came into the department is that there had been a lot of talk, but there wasn't a proper process which integrated the thinking of the private sector and the active participation and investment by the private sector itself in these different areas of the economy. Because if you think that the state alone is going to achieve these economic sectors, what you're going to land up with is a couple of tiny projects dependent on the fiscus that really can't create jobs or create economic activity at scale. And this is why we at that time said we need to move from the Phakisa approach to the master plan approach. Because what the master planning approach does is it buys in the participation by the private sector. Now, this master planning approach is very advanced in the oceans economy. It doesn't mean that there aren't areas of difficulty. And you would understand that if you're working with so many different stakeholders and role players, there are going to be areas of difficulty. And what we've agreed in the case of the Oceans Master Plan is that we will take the interim plan to Cabinet. We will identify where we need more participation by some of the sectors like transport, like Transnet, and so on. And obviously, through that process, we will then be able to finalize the master plan. Clearly, at the moment, where there are concrete targets, we report on these targets quarterly through the APP process. But because at the end of the day, you are wanting to bring in the private sector, and you don't have the same kind of control over the private sector that you have over government departments, that is why we want the master planning process, so that those involved in the master plan must be able to monitor themselves and account to themselves for the plans that they have developed. The second point I want to make is that given the centrality in these areas of the private sector, we have to be mindful of as to what has happened to the economy as a whole over the last 2 years. And there was a time, Honorable Phillips is asking about jobs. There was a time, Honorable Phillips, when we were working together with all the participants in the Oceans Economy Collective, and we were just saying that all we're trying to do, and I'm talking about mid-2020 towards the beginning of 2021, all we're trying to do is just to stabilize the sector because of the impact of the pandemic on international trade, on international shipping, and so on and so forth. Similarly, Honorable Matambi, there was a tremendous impact of the pandemic on the waste sector, the plastic sector, the glass sector, those areas where we have extended producer responsibility. There was a tremendous impact of the lockdowns and the general state of the economy on those sectors. And I think it's really important that we understand that if we think there was a linear trajectory from the early 2000s to the present time, we would be deluding ourselves. My own view, and whether we can quantify this or not, I'm not sure. But I think that it would only be important to say that the kind of dip that took place in our economy as a whole would have taken place in relation to both the waste economy and also the oceans economy, which are the most developed of these particular sectors. Let me now hand back to the department, and I want to suggest that perhaps we take the responses in the order of the presentations. So we start with the oceans economy, we then move to waste, and lastly to the biodiversity economy. And I think that colleagues can give an update on the progress on the master plan. They can answer the issue of how we evaluate progress, but then they can also answer the other questions that have been raised. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Can we follow that order as proposed by the Minister?
Thank you, Minister, for the guidance, and thank you to the Chair and the members for all the questions that have been raised regarding the Oceans Economy Phakisa presentation. Perhaps let me start with providing the progress on the Oceans Economy Master Plan, because there was a question that was raised, I think, by Honorable Singh before he left, in terms of how we were going to ensure that some of the big numbers that we presented were going to be achieved. And also to just adding at the back of what Minister has said, to say that we are the master plan process,
What happens
where we are taking the baseline of the plan.
We can't see you. We can't see you. Where are you?
All right, let me try again.
We
Chair,
can see
I'm
you
not
now.
sure if you're able to see me
We
now.
can see you now. We can see you
Are
now.
you able to hear me? All right.
Yes, well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. To take a step back, I was requesting if I could kindly maybe start with the question of providing progress, because there was a question of how we are planning to achieve the big numbers that we quoted, and there was a question that was regarding the 177 billion, and just to indicate that those numbers we indicated were numbers that were guided by the study that had been done, and that study was also based on the assumptions that there would be certain growth numbers that we would have. There was an assumption, amongst other things, of a real growth, not a nominal growth of about 1.8%. And at the moment, we not even we oscillating around less than 2%, and still less than 4% just nominal growth, which is not the real growth, where you've already removed the inflation impact of GDP. And so that on its own meant that the targets were on the assumptions based on a positive growth trajectory of the economy, because some of the jobs would be based on not only the primary interventions, but also they were meant to be also indirect impact, where after a certain investment, it would facilitate for certain activities to also benefit in that value chain, and as affiliated or associated sectors that service or benefit through the value chain of that. If, for instance, one takes the infrastructure within the ports, when that gets sorted out, it therefore means that we get the job numbers for the marine manufacturing and repairs sector based on the jobs they would get utilizing that, but also it's a subject of having movement of vessels. So if the global economy is shrinking or not doing well, it basically also means that the amount of cargo that moves, the number of vessels or rigs to be repaired, and so on, are not as much as anticipated. So sort of similar dynamic throughout the value chain. Now, the reason why I'm asking to then start by giving the update on the Oceans Economy Master Plan is because that process, as has been guided by our principals, is that we needed to then develop a master plan, because an Oceans Economy Master Plan is a co-creation process where there is government and its agencies as one partner. Second partner is organized labor, and the third partner is community constituencies, and the fourth partner is the industry itself. So in terms of the Oceans Economy Master Plan development, it was agreed that when it comes to the initiatives that we've been implementing since 2014 with different levels of success, we take those as the baseline of what we have, and then we build upon that, and where those are still applicable and need to be achieved, they would therefore need to be also continue to be included, enhanced, and then see what's likely to work out best. So in that process now, we're at a stage of the process where we're about to release the first draft of the full master plan to all the four partners: government, industry, organized labor, and communities, by end of this week, or at the latest early next week, for a 2-week period where all the different parties must then engage around that draft document, so that we're able to refine the document, and where we would then be having that document coming back, so that by the end of the financial year, which is end of next month, Minister would then be having that interim master plan document that Minister referred to a little bit earlier. That would then need to early in the in the next financial year be taken through cabinet, and then the other elements that Minister already touched on that will assist us in terms of then getting players that could not be in the room and co-create with us and get their buy-in. And also the methodology of the master plan is that once that is then adopted and agreed to, there will need to also be firm commitments across the board or amongst all the partners, which therefore will mean that whatever is in there and is agreed to, there will be a way to hold one another accountable amongst the different players. So that's where that process of developing the master plan is at the moment for Oceans Economy Master Plan. It's at a development phase of the master plan where we are having the different working groups that are split in terms of the different subsectors. And in those subsectors, what has been done was to say, because there's quite a number of subsectors that are within the oceans economy sector, what is prioritized in the first phase, because a master plan is a living document, we have then prioritized the sectors that are about 5. It's the marine transport, it's the marine manufacturing and repairs, it's aquaculture, both inland as well as marine aquaculture. Then there's also a working group that's looking at fisheries in terms of both small scale fisheries as well as the big commercial fisheries. And in terms of that, we are basically having the 4 partners working together and collaborating to co-create what then comes out with proposed interventions that should then assist us to, first of all, deal with stabilizing the various subsectors. Secondly, get to a point where we revive these sectors. And then lastly, get to a point where we try and move these into a growth trajectory. And in terms of that, we then said, while the work started from 2021 with the journey undertaken with leadership of the minister, in the plans, there will be still those 3 strategic thrusts of stabilization, which is meant to be in the 0 to 2 years. And then the second phase, which is revival within 5 years from the time we adopt the plan. And then the last one being more than 5 years. And we're looking at a period of up to 2035, basically, in that regard. And so what will then come through in that master plan document, which is interim that minister spoke to, that would come through to cabinet. It would be looking at interventions and actions that need to be taken to get this sector to a competitive path within those sort of timeframes. And there will be building blocks taking into consideration and building onto what was already identified as interventions. Then moving from there, I then want to try and take the different questions. If it's fine with the chair, I'm going to try and follow the same order that these were raised. Start with the questions that were raised by Honorable, I think it was Honorable Singh, who asked the question as to what is the relationship between these numbers that we indicated, where we talked about jobs that were at a certain level by 2010, which is the baseline, and the numbers we're talking about by the end of the implementation period, which means at the time that these were estimated in 2014, estimated on the basis of a certain growth trajectory and anticipating certain things to be achieved. So among some of those things, I've mentioned that we expected to be having real growth that's quite high, meaning around the nominal growth, GDP growth of at least about between 6 and 7% and upwards. But the trajectory has been downwards of global dynamics. And secondly, for the oil and gas in particular, which does also have an impact in the rest of the other value chains. We then had the prices of crude oil that dropped to below $20. It's only very recently that we're starting to see those prices increasing. And with what's going on now in the Middle East, we're also starting to see them being above dollars around, I think the last time I checked, it was around $105 per barrel for the first time in a very long time. And that process then had dynamics in terms of that. So the question that was then being asked was, how is this going to be achieved? How this will be achieved, we are then looking into saying through the master plan process now, we need to then go back to we've gone back to the drawing board to try and draw up new plans in form of an oceans economy master plan, obviously taking the baseline of what we would have had, but with the assumption that would be based on the current reality now and what's anticipated to happen into the future, and working collaboratively with those other partners, including industry, who are the main employment creators, as was assumed as well when we came up with these targets. So these were not the targets for us as a department to be investing, but they were investments within the sectors, some through the different government departments and initiatives, and also some through investment done by the industry. And if one were to then be looking at saying, where were we at in the different sectors, it's slightly different indications. But he further asked to say, we talked about investment numbers that are very high and talking to scientific and seismic investments are, amongst other things. How would we be tracking those? And in terms of the investments in the oil and gas sector, Petroleum Agency of South Africa, which is the regulator that issues licenses for any activities in the petroleum value chain, are the ones who are tracking what investments are there. So as they issue the different authorizations for work, whether it's pre-exploration phase or during exploration or at development phase or at production phase, all those get tracked by the Petroleum Agency of South Africa. And DMRE with that agency is the one that then is assisting us as the department that leads and coordinates in order to track investments that are involving that. But then the question was also being raised in the context of slide number 34. On that slide, the numbers that we had at the top left, they were talking about estimated impact. So if I then talk about estimated impact, because you're not able to measure that impact before it happens, it normally takes a little bit of 1 to 2 years before you're able to measure. So we're always measuring 1 to 2 years, basically, when one is trying to establish what has happened. And some of the numbers that would then come as a result of that are based on looking at those sectors. So the numbers that were reflected, and I do want to apologize to the chair, the members, and also to the minister, because Mr. Chair did confirm with me to say on that particular slide, there was a number that talked to 153 billion that was reflected as GDP. That's not the GDP number, that's the estimated turnover of all this of the sectors, where the assumption is that if where we currently at, because in terms of the investment that we've measured so far, it's currently sitting at 41 billion. So members would then see on that slide 34 that there was a number within the parentheses there, which is 41 billion. So that 41 billion is made up of 9.2 billion that is coming from the marine transport and manufacturing in terms of secured investments as reported by those industries as well as government. And in terms, yes, the 9.228, it's based on that sector is 9.2 billion from 2014 to date, and then 7.6 billion was government investment. 1.15 billion was investment from private sector. And then we then also accounted for the investment made by the DTIC through the incentives that were provided, which then amounted to about 428 428.9 million rand in incentives. That's just the marine transport and manufacturing over that whole period from 2014. Then from the oil and gas side, the investment was 15 million rands counting to date, and then it's 29.85 billion. Yes, 29.85 billion, of which 15 billion was government investment within oil and gas, and then 14.85 billion is the investment by industry. And for the industry, the source of the numbers are coming from the various players in that offshore oil and gas as reported to us. And these are estimated numbers in rands because they get reported by the oil and gas sector in US dollars, because that sector of offshore oil and gas operates in US dollars. Then in terms of aquaculture, that investment was 1.2 billion rand, of which 260 million rand was government investment, and 940 million is the actual private sector investment. Then when it comes to marine protection and governance, which doesn't have a big room for the actual job creation or investment in terms of numbers, but it facilitates investments through optimizing the authorizations and making sure that we reduce red tape and delays to make sure that we enable some of those activities within oceans economy to happen. And in terms of that, for investment there, out of that 41 billion, it is 58.5 million rand, which all was coming from investment by government in this regard. Then when it comes to small harbors, the investment contribution from that focus area is about 500 million rand to date. And many of those initiatives are in the process of being implemented for infrastructure in the small harbors. The last one to mention of those 6 is about 164.3 million rand. Also, it's mainly government investment in dealing with infrastructure so that it enables as well, and potentially to some extent enabling through support to certain operators or economic operators that are in the tourism space. But all of that money was from the government side to influence and facilitate growth of the sector. So having said that, then there was also a question, honorable members, that was asking us that in terms of the Durban Dig Out Port project, for which the land at the old Durban airport was bought by Transnet for development of, what is the progress? We do request that we kindly be given an opportunity to give that update in a written response, so that we can be able to get a chance to get the most up-to-date progress regarding that particular project. Honorable Singh did mention that all he has seen there was that he's seeing some containers, and just to then clarify to say that amongst other things that the land was earmarked for, it was to develop this dig out port in order to be able to accommodate the automotive industry, as well as to provide the space for some terminal operations, for some containers to be managed from that side rather than from the main Durban port. So what he is seeing is also part of what's meant to be there. But in terms of the detailed update, in terms of the immediate plans regarding that land, we shall then revert back to the committee with written responses. There was also a question that was raised regarding the port in Hiberton, which is related to small harbors development. And in this regard, there is a total of about 3 possible sites that were being considered. and that was guided by guidance we had received from ministers to say we needed to look at least those 3 possible places, and these are either Port St. John's or Port Noloth or Hibberdene. So if the site ends up not being Hibberdene for the new small harbour development, any of those 2 sites that wouldn't have the small harbour development happening at would still have some form of economic infrastructure that would be put in place to enable some activities related to oceans economy in the other 2 sites. Where the work is at, we are working supported by DIRCO and working closely and led by the implementing department in this regard, which is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, to try and get or secure funds to undertake a detailed study that will indicate feasibility of that development of that new small harbour. And over and above that, that would then guide which one, having considered those 3 possible sites, to be the most ideal one. And then the work would then proceed on that basis. Then regarding the question that was raised, honorable members, regarding the seafarers, there was a question of the fact that we are mentioning universities that are busy providing training of seafarers. And his question was, what all the strikes are all the strikes not going to affect that? We would need to be given time as well in that regard, because in terms of what becomes constraints and hindrances does get looked at in a structure that sits quarterly. It is called a working group that looks at marine transport related skills development and capacity building. And this is led by and chaired by Sayemi. And in some instances, it's chaired by other members, either from the universities or other private providers or industry that's affiliated with the value chain of training skills within that value chain. So we will, as soon as there's a latest update in that regard, get a report. But in the meantime, we will solicit a response in terms of the extent to which this is affecting the institutions that are doing maritime related training, and some of which include, Durban University of Technology, CPUT, Nelson Mandela University, amongst others. So we shall provide a written response in order to then indicate the extent of impact of that and whether there is any. And given the fact that the universities have been using mostly virtual learning, and there might be instances where there might be progressive going back into full-time learning. In fact, most universities are now going back to full-time. So perhaps one might be looking at combinations where that is applicable. Then there was a question regarding what happened to the qualified 145 qualified seafarers. Where are they? And also a question that was soliciting answers regarding the conditions of our vessels and whether they are being used effectively. We do request for permission for the committee to allow us to then provide that written response on these specific questions. Then if I could please just move on to look at the questions that we received that we're asking in terms of, I think it was Honorable Ganjo asked us to indicate what the breakdown of the 8,383 jobs that were created and whether those are permanent jobs or are they temporary jobs. For now, I would like to indicate that the jobs are likely to be a combination of permanent jobs, and some would be jobs during construction, especially in instances where it's regarding provision or development of infrastructure or upgrades of infrastructure within either the commercial ports or the small harbors and coastal access related infrastructure to facilitate better access to the oceans so that there can be more economic activities in the various sectors. Then there was also, perhaps I should touch on the question that was raised to say, we're mentioning, okay, I think it was by a different member. So I will come back to that one. Perhaps I then talk to the question that Honorable Gancho asked about. So we will give then the a more detailed response regarding these breakdowns once we've put together that report, and would provide the written response in this regard. Then regarding the question that she raised about me mentioning 26 TVET colleges and indicating mostly around Western Cape and KZN, I would just like to provide further clarity in that regard, in the sense that there are 26 TVET colleges throughout the country. And then the context within which I spoke was regarding the TVET colleges that are offering maritime related content or qualifications. And in that regard, I can confirm it's 4 TVET colleges that currently are offering maritime qualifications in the country. And 2 of those are in the Western Cape. In the Western Cape, there is False Bay College, and there is also the College of Cape Town. College of Cape Town does provide the laboratory, if I can call it that. In that, sorry, it's a workshop. They call it a workshop. The workshop is used for training of marine engineering cadets. So in instances where there are marine engineering cadets that are trained either by private institutions or by TVET colleges, that facility is available in that regard. And in terms of the structure I mentioned earlier, there's an equivalent one for the marine manufacturing related value chain. Similarly with the other subsectors that I mentioned a bit earlier, in terms of the 6 subsectors that so far there has been more detailed work on, and detailed plans that are currently being executed. And so then in terms of, I mentioned False Bay College. False Bay College is providing yacht and boat building related curriculum and training. And then Umfolozi is in KwaZulu-Natal. And Umfolozi has got seafaring qualifications through their maritime academy. And then they've also applied for funding so that they can be able to get the right facilities and infrastructure, so that they can also be able to offer boat building as well. So that process is still in process. That process of getting them applying for funding is still under consideration. Then the 4th one that also offers maritime related curriculum or qualifications is Moteo TVET College. And this one is in the 3rd, because I indicated they are in 3 provinces, but I said mainly those 2 when I mentioned the 2. The 3rd one, where Moteo TVET College is Free State. And they offer marine transport logistics qualifications. There are a number of TVET colleges. There's partnership between DHET and SAEMI, where there's a lot of focus in looking at which TVET colleges are still interested to provide maritime related qualifications. And some are, all of them are at different stages. Some have indicated they are not interested to provide those qualifications. Others have indicated they are interested. Some only offer maybe nautical sciences. Some only offer maritime economics, but that's not considered to be qualifications if it's only one subject that they offer. There's a certain combination of subjects they should have to be considered to be offering maritime qualifications. Then in terms of the capacity building initiative, then where those TVET colleges indicate that they are interested, they then get assisted both in terms of curriculum development as well as getting them the adequate infrastructure and facilities to be able to offer such qualifications in a manner that would be adequate. There was a question that said, where are people from, are TVET colleges from other provinces considered? The answer to that question is that because all of them are given equal opportunity to be able to offer maritime studies, then the answer is yes, that the opportunity is there, but then the decision gets made within the institutions. However, I think it's important that I mention the fact that in terms of people who apply for those qualifications, it can be any child from any province. And so you would find that those who are interested in maritime studies, they do come from all the different provinces, but it's based on the interest of those learners. And what was identified as well through the small working team of the working group, that small working team that looks at the skills development and capacity building as something important, was in terms of being able to raise, put much more concerted efforts in partnering with industry and other partners to make sure there's much more awareness that is raised about maritime as well, just so that there's then interest in the young people and the rest of the population to then be able to follow the career path of the oceans economy related sectors. Then in terms of tracking, there was mentioning of the 30 people, that's the annual intake and criteria. For now, I can confirm to the honorable members that in terms of the 30 learners that are part of the intake, it is the TVET colleges that annually do release an advert for the intake for the following year. And then they indicate what the criteria are, for the learners to be able to qualify for those programs. So the criteria are set and put in and released in public as part of those adverts. So in terms of more detail, we will provide as part of the written response some of the criteria that are then utilized by the TVET colleges. And then in terms of the tracking as well of those, there is tracking that is being done through SAEMI, because they have a tracking system where the first group that finished their training in September 2021, they are placed with various companies in the Western Cape. And the second group of those, they will finish in April 2022. So by the end of a month into the new financial year, that group would have finished. And then group 2 of the 11 learners from the cohort has about 5 people who are in terms of racial groupings, 4 of them are coloreds and 6 of them are Black students, with 6 of those being females and 5 being males. Then for the whole group of 30 at False Bay, there were about 19 from the population group of coloreds and 11 from Black students, and then 8 are females and 22 are males. If I can then move on to the question that was raised regarding so I'm hoping that this touches on the disadvantaged groupings. That's why I'm mentioning that, because Honorable Kancho did say that, what about the disadvantaged areas? So, so in terms of the annual intake, it's basically about those who qualify, and perhaps this would be one of the areas to be looked into. But if one does look at the population groupings in terms of the previously disadvantaged groupings, there is a sizable amount, which should then be able to help with the transformation performance of the sectors where these learners would be absorbed. Then there was a question that asked about different skills programs, and are those people working? Are they traceable? So I've mentioned in terms of these learners that were trained in this regard. We will then revert with written response regarding the other groupings. Saimi is the implementing agent in this regard, and the department will revert back with a written response that answers holistically. If I may please, Chair, move on to the questions raised by Honorable Bryant. There was the question asked regarding the offshore oil and gas estimated jobs, and not necessarily touching on other cleaner technologies or cleaner energy sources, such as hydroelectric and wind offshore. The reason for that was that at that time, where the most potential for us to have more contribution from those sectors in terms of measuring those in terms of the investment being made and contribution to jobs. It was because the study that had been done showed the fact that there would likely be a lot of impact from those sectors that were prioritized. So out of the 9 sectors, subsectors that were analyzed earlier on in the initial study, some of these renewable energy groups were part of those. So as I mentioned earlier, this is the point I wanted to allude to, but I thought let me wait until I'm responding to the questions that the specific members have asked. So in terms of this renewable energy, desalination, and those other subsectors that were in slide number 33, the one that had little bubbles and list of the different groupings, where we then highlighted with dotted box around the ones that have been unpacked. It was just highlighting to say those we have sight of those and the estimated impact of those. And so this being the first phase of the Oceans Economy Master Plan, in the next phase of it, there would then be a similar process of what is done for the priority sectors where there's already plans, so that as per what Minister indicated, there can be a much more concerted effort that's done in partnership with industry, who are meant to be job creators in terms of what would be put there for these sectors, and end up hopefully with targets that can be comfortable in terms of having possibility of being achieved. So the answer to this is that these cleaner energy options are likely to then come in as part of the work when we would get to a point where we are done with where the Oceans Master Plan is at in terms of the current sectors that are being dealt with. And then in the next phase that would then follow, then we would be looking at other additional sectors that are not yet looked into, so that they can then still be a similar approach where there's co-creation of those with a close participation of industry and all the most critical stakeholders that need to be part of those, that can guide us coming up with realistic but still ambitious targets for us to try and get more value and more facilitation of economic activity that can create jobs from the oceans economy. Then the honorable member also then asked in terms of plans to liberate clean energy. Also to just say that in terms of some of those cleaner energy, I do want to mention that if one looks at that, we would then be considering them in that next phase. Then there was question of apprenticeship. That is well at targets. And yes, in this regard, yes, they are well below targets. And it's also aligned with the fact that some of the industries that are expected to have certain investments, some didn't go through. So some of the investment didn't go through. Some of those companies that were meant to have new facilities that would have had estimated jobs and investment going into those didn't make it for various reasons. Some indicated funding, but to some extent, some didn't meet certain criteria in order to qualify for funding. And some had to do with functional expertise that's required for banks to have comfort to back those kind of investments. But it's slightly differentiated reasons in other elements. But if one is looking, for instance, in terms of the marine manufacturing side, the boat building side is slightly different in the sense that because it's quite well established, there tends to be interest in the products that are coming from there. But and also they tend to work based on volumes and producing bigger volumes of in terms of units built. And so work happens there. But where there was expectation for there to be more work, where there would be also benefit through the indirect jobs that would come from the benefits from building of ships. The shipbuilding sector doesn't have as much volume in terms of that. But when they do have a job, it does tend to spend anytime between 2 to about 4 years, depending on the complexity of those. And in terms of the investments that we've been able to see, some of them are very much linked as well to some of the vessels that are being built for the state, whether it's for the Navy or it would be the tugboats that needed to be built for the Port Authority, as an example. But then in terms of other jobs that come from the rest of the globe, because for repair side, they are dependent on getting work from the vessels that would be shipping past our shores, where they can then be able to come in and get serviced here. So when the global economy is not doing extremely well, it then also does affect the extent to which they will get jobs. But there might be other reasons why they didn't get as much jobs. But in the Oceans Economy Master Plan, the things that need to be lifted out, that need to be urgently addressed, those are getting a lot of attention, so that we are hopefully going to be ending up with much more focused interventions that address some of the hindrances to them being able to create the jobs that we anticipated. Then in terms of the question that's talking about apprenticeships that are in full-time jobs, we will check through the process that is being tracked through SAEMI, and we will provide further update in that regard. There was a question about lack of training berths, and this is still a real issue because while some of the people that need to go to sea can be accommodated with some of the government vessels, the fact of the matter is that the expectation had been that there could be more berths that could be found in also some of the vessels that are owned privately. However, what we've also seen that has partially contributed, and I'm not blaming it fully for not having those, is that some of the shipping lines that used to have, that used to recruit South African seafarers and also provide training berths on their vessels, some of them have deliberately made decisions to no longer employ our seafarers as part of the crews on their vessels. And so if we could be able to get to a point where we've got more of the commercial ships, the merchant ships that are not necessarily South African, but that could be having the SA flag, because as part of the conditions of that, then we could be able to have influence. The fact of the matter is that because of our shipping industry that's local or locally owned, that has changed the dynamics. If one compares to the time where we used to have some of the companies that were South African that were able to provide those ships, when those companies were then bought by European players, that then meant that because ownership was in Europe, then those people would then likely tend to focus around Europe for crewing or elsewhere globally. They no longer felt the need to be patriotic to South Africa, because those are then owned now in Europe, which then would have reduced the extent of even the vessels that are moving our cargo. So those are some of it. But in terms of the solutions being looked into, the Oceans Economy Working Groups, particularly the one that's looking at the marine transport, is grappling with those matters, working together with industry. We are hoping to end up coming up with initiatives that hopefully help us to get better at being able to send more of our seafarers to sea, and also be able to improve the ratings. There was a question that was asking about the fact that training, there was question of how many ratings were achieved. As far as I remember, I think it was 0 that we achieved, or very close to 0, but we will respond with a firm answer on this in writing, members. And then in terms of the expensive costs of developing seafarers, there was a specific question that then said, how do we make it affordable, particularly for the fishermen to be able to afford skippers licensing fees, because it is costly for them. I do also request for permission for us to be able to apply our minds within the department and be able to respond with a holistic answer that has been properly processed, so that we do give answers that are satisfactory. And then there was also a question in terms of the KPIs and the extent to which they are achieved, and where are we. In terms of this, we are very much dependent basically on the various implementing agencies, as the minister said, but we will attempt to indicate the extent of that progress in writing in more detail. Then there were questions from Honorable Phillips. The question was saying that on slide 33, we mentioned certain numbers and what are the jobs by 2022. This is a question to which I indicated that we normally need at least a lag period of 2 years after those numbers are agreed to. So we'll provide a written response, Honorable Chair. Then the next question was the tracking system that we talked about. Is it operational? Yes, that is correct. The vessel tracking system that we mentioned is operational. And then the next question was about the satellite orbiting and whether it's independently operating or dependent on Russia. We will provide a written response in that regard, Honorable Chair. And then there was also questions, a question that was asking, I do apologize for not writing down the name of the member that was asking this question, but the question was asking how often do we evaluate the progress and performance. I think it might have been the Honorable Chair in terms of the Operation Phakisa Oceans Economy impact and implementation. In terms of the actual evaluation, the evaluation gets done by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. They're doing it every 5 years currently. At the moment, they are currently busy with the latest one, and they are busy interviewing the different implementing agencies so that there's a holistic report that would then be provided. And also in terms of insights, where they get those, where they're able to guide accordingly, Chair. Then the question of whether there's tangible progress or not would then be coming from that. But in terms of the actual economic impact, we do commission the an economist. Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. It's one last point, if you allow me. I'm trying to fast track so that I don't take all the time. The last one, in terms of that one, we do the economic study. And in terms of that, we'll try in the response to then indicate in terms of the very last one, what the indications were in terms of the impact. And then Minister did answer some of those elements, Chair. And so I think I've, as much as I can, I've answered the questions as much as I can now. Anything that's not fully answered will follow in written responses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Okay, Chair, on the questions related to the waste Phakisa. Maybe just first on the overall comments by Honorable Sin, and I think Honorable Bryant linked to that. Last week's session was more on the policy framework that the committee requested us to brief them on, which mainly is the framework on our statutory, the regulations and policies. And that is the first priority. And then secondary, we have Phakisa, which aims to promote the secondary resources economy. And even within the Phakisa space, we create an enabling environment through some of these policies that we put in place to encourage the uptake of waste and circularity, ensuring that waste is seen as a resource. Linked to that, on the waste minimization, we've done the exclusions work. I'm just trying to put a link. The exclusions work mainly focusing on ash, wherein volumes of ash have been diverted away from landfill. We had targeted ash because of its voluminous volumes, because it's going to give us that impact. And in terms of jobs, we have not done very well. The jobs that we've also indicated in December is that we for those that have reported, it's 1,112, of which 829 are youth and 780 within that 1,112 are women. With regard to the diversion, because in terms of the indicators for the Phakisa, the three impact indicators is the GDP contribution, it's the jobs, it is the waste diversion through tonnages. And the biggest volume that has been diverted is ash, 3.1 million tons, biomass also 114,271 tons, gypsum 4,225 tons, and this we were able to divert through the exclusions, which were part of the enabling environment that we created as part of the Phakisa. I've noted the comments from Honorable Paulson in terms of separation at source and who pays for it. Separation at source, it's still within the realm of the responsibility of municipalities, and they are meant to budget for it. However, working with the department through our policy formulation responsibility, we've also made sure that the industry takes responsibility. The recycling targets that we have set for the industry also requires that they are involved in the collection space. And in that regard, we are seeing that already the municipalities are starting to work with industry to ensure how they are going to operate in that space for industry to also support for the specific products that have been prioritized for EPR. And then if I could move to the other issue was the quality of the products that are made from waste. Honorable Paulson highlighted on the ash. We are working with DTIC together with SABS. Products are regulated through SABS standards, and for whether it's pavers or other bricks, the SABS are the ones that put in the standards that needs to be complied with and monitor that aspect. Honorable Phillips, your question in terms of slide 5, has there been any planning work? Yes, the example of the exclusions that are covering the ash and some of those that have been issued, and already the ash off takers that we have shared as part of the presentation. The amount of households that are separating waste at source, the reported figure by Stats SA, 11.7%. That's based on Stats SA reporting. And then on the mines that are already using ash for acid mine drainage treatment, we do have one mine in the Wheatbank Mpumalanga area, Emalahleni, Kruom dry mine that is already using ash for the treatment of AMD. Which metros are separating waste at source? City of Johannesburg, they've confirmed that though it's not covering all their suburbs. City of Cape Town also, they are implementing separation of waste at source, and eThekwini. It's done through different models because some are funding drop-off points which are still within separation of waste at source. Honorable Chairperson, on the support to waste pickers, yes, Honorable Chair, we work closely with waste pickers. In the recent and through the relief now, we were able to prioritize the budget that was for recycling enterprise support program towards supporting them and for both personal protective equipment, that's PPE, which we've already distributed, and then two, also provided some relief in line with the COVID relief through working with the Small Business Development Department. Also, the waste pickers are also eligible because they are also SMMEs. They are eligible for the Recycling Enterprise Support Program. We've only had one waste picker that has gone through and the ranks, as in their business also grew, and that has been part, that was also supported through the RESP program. Over and above that, with our EPR regulations now, they will be getting further support. This is regulatory support that we've provided, that over and above what they get from selling the recyclables, the producers or the producer responsibility organizations will have to compensate them for the service that they are providing in terms of collection. This has got a regulated time frame because we've just started with EPR. This has to be done by November 2022, and we are working with both the formal and the informal industry to try and support that by November, this support would be in place. And then, Honorable Chairperson, on the e-levy, e-waste levy, it is a slight change because of the policy change that we've had. For now, we refer to it as EPR fee because the levy with the previous policy, let's say direction, it was meant to go through SARS because it's a levy, but now because we have changed, it's an industry managed model. So the industry will collect the EPR fee. It will not go into the fiscus, but the same fee would be plowed back. And yes, the industries, the producers, there was a slide that indicated the producer responsibility organizations, they have made a submission with regard to EPR fees for the different products. And currently we are in the process with National Treasury to approve those fees, but already proposals have been made to the department and they will be approved shortly. And then I think refuse-derived fuel plants is part of what Minister referred to say we are working with Infrastructure South Africa because we will need private sector to invest funds into realizing some of this infrastructure also. We've done work in terms of feasibility and the business case, and we would want the market, as in the private sector, to be the ones that invest into the establishment of this. In terms of the forum, when we went through the slides, we referred to the South African Coal Ash Association. This forum is already existing, and we tried as much as possible to work with existing forums such that we are able to enhance the implementation of these initiatives. Our waste economy master plan process, it's still early stages, and we have secured through the support of the DTIC a facilitator that is going to be assisting us with the process. So for the financial year ending in March, it's just the initial analysis scanning that they have to do, and then the actual consultation and the review that would look at how far we've come and where we would want to go will be unpacked in the financial year that is starting in April. Thank you.
Who's coming now?
Chairperson, I was supposed to be the third one, but I did not pick any questions that were related to biodiversity economy, Chair.
Okay. Do we have follow-ups, colleagues?
No, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm good.
We're good. Then it means then we'll have to come. Honorable Phillips, is your hand up? Or you are sorted?
No, my hand is not up, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, I saw you appearing. So then if that is the case,
Chair, you have frozen.
Minister, I'm checking the chair now.
my apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
My apologies. I think I got kicked out. I'm using a phone. I wanted to say the climate change bill has been referred to us as a committee, and then I had since asked Chileka to get a slot on the committee program where in the department must come and brief us, including any other affected state entity. And then we have got a date of the 11th of March. Prior to us receiving the first and second quarter performance report of the weather services and sun parks, we can then start and process the bill at that time. Then, having said that, then I think unless there are no any other issues, that brings us to the end of our meeting today until we reconvene on Tuesday. Minister? Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
I just want to wish you a good weekend, Chair.
Yeah, same to all of you. Thank you so much, Minister. Thanks for you colleagues, all of you, for staying to the meetings up to this time. It's much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. The
I joined you just in time.
Thank you, and same to you, Chair.
I joined you just in time, Chairperson, after my other meeting ended.
Your timing is so perfect. You are early for the next one. You're early for the next one, Honorable Singh.
Okay, bye-bye. See you Monday.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Sure. By the way, colleagues, let's remind you, all of you who are going to the Sustainability Institute, the trip was on Monday. Stellenbosch, we're going to meet there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, everyone.
Sure. Enjoy your weekend.